kaget ada Jen.
Gua ngetes ini. Tes.
Ini live YouTube. Save off. Coba save di off dulu. Hah?
Mikirnya Dodo.
Jangan ke sini ya. Terus ya, kasih sarapan dulu. Tinggalan bapak kok tiga. Gas sebentar ngapain? Oh iya Pak. Tadi kita lakukan di situ. Gas kok ngapain di sini?
Kalau kita lihat dulu intinya pas dari awal aja kalau kan bisa itu detail intinya di buku belum sih koreksi antara terus atau yang lain dari sekarang kirim link
MC apa ya namanya?
tamu yang udah diundang MC
Assalamualaikum semua. Apa kabar?
Lewat Fatima gimana sih?
Sinar Antara. Terus
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bapak Ibu semua, everyone. Good morning.
Morning,
Memang
Pak.
Morning, sir.
nama
Pak
good morning
Purnama also here already.
and all. Sipan.
We've got Dr. Cherilov here, Pak Purnama. Ya. How are you, Dr. Cherilov?
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning, Dr. Chair.
I've seen Miss Christia as well. How are you, Miss Christia?
Hi, good morning.
Morning. Kumusta ka?
I'm doing just fine. Thank you so much for the invitation.
In the name of Allah, the most gracious and the most merciful God. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dear Excellency, Dr. Desvian Bandar Shah MPD, Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, University of Muhammadiyah Professor Dr. Hamka. Dear Excellency, Harina Reddy MPD, Vice Dean of Student Affairs of Faculty Teacher Training and Education, University of Muhammadiyah Professor Dr. Hamka. Dear Excellency, Teliwani PhD, Head of Master in English Education, University of Muhammadiyah Professor Dr. Hamka. The respectable or invited guests of the first international webinar and undergraduates paper 2023. The Honorable all participants of international webinar and undergraduates paper 2023. Firstly, let's pray and thanks unto our God, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has been giving us mercies and blessings, so we can attend and gather in this event, namely the first international webinar and undergraduates paper 2023. Second, all prayers are presented to our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, the greatest leader who has guided us from the darkness to the brightness. Ladies and gentlemen, all the guests and audiences, I would like to say, welcome to the first international webinar and undergraduates paper 2023. Thank you very much for attending our invitation. I'm Tiara Alamsyah Putri as the Mistress of Ceremony. I would like to read this agenda by the name English Role in Society 5.0, Current Trends and Issues. The first agenda is opening ceremony. The second agenda is reciting Al-Quran. The third agenda is listening Indonesia Raya and Mars Muhammadiyah. The fourth agenda is reporting from Chief Executive of event. The fifth agenda is welcoming speech. The sixth agenda is webinar material presentation and discussion by the speaker, including question and answer segment. The seventh agenda is praying and coffee break. The eighth agenda is paper presentation. The ninth agenda is best presenter announcement. The last agenda is closing. And the next, I will read the rules of International Webinar Undergraduates Paper 2023. 1. Participants are expected to enter 15 minutes before the event starts. 2. Participants are expected to use their real names in their respective Zoom accounts. 3. Participants are required to mute the microphone when the event is in progress. 4. When the webinar takes place, participants are prohibited from interrupting the speaker's conversation. 5. Participants who interrupt the speakers will be warned. 6. In the discussion session, participants are expected to ask questions. 7. Participants are expected to send a raising sign if they want to ask a question. Well, before beginning the agenda, let's open our agenda by reciting Basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much. Make the agenda running well. The second agenda is reciting Al-Quran by Indah Aulia and Sharifah Rani Gunta. Time is yours. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya ayyuhalladzina amanu idza qila lakum tafassahu fil majalis إذا قيل لكم تفسحوا في المجالس فافسحوا يفسح الله لكم وإذا قيل انشزوا فانشزوا يرفع الله الذين آمنوا منكم والذين أوتوا العلم درجات Wallahu bima ta'maluna khabir. In the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the most merciful. For you who have believed, when you are told, space yourself in assemblies, then make space. Allah will make space for you. And when you are told, arise, then arise. Allah will rise those who have believed among you, and those who are given knowledge by degrees. And Allah is acquainted with what you do. Through Allah, the most magnificent. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillahirrabbilalamin. Now, we are going to the third agenda, singing to our national anthem, Indonesia Raya and Mars Muhammadiyah. The next agenda is reporting from Chief Executive of Event, Fauzan Hassan Rizky. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I wish you all a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the organizing committee, I'm proud to physically and virtually welcome you to our first international webinar and undergraduate program. It's such an honor for us to be able to welcome all the participants and the presenters. We also warmly welcome the keynote speakers from the Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University of Philippines, Mr. Gerald Oisakules, and from Central Bicol State University of Agriculture of Philippines, Mrs. Cristia Siena Amparo Tubale, and our head of English department, Mr. Silih Warni PhD, Assalamualaikum, and the secretary of English department, Mr. Cahya Komara M. Hum, and also our Faculty of Teacher Training and Education Dean, Mr. Dr. Desvian Bandarsyah, MED, and also to welcome the Head of International Relations UHAMKA, Mr. Purnama Syaipur Rahman, PhD. This year's joint conference is made possible by the commitment and hard effort of our committee members and the support of our English department. I thank all of the organizing committee and volunteering their time and energy in service to our community. And finally, we would like to thank all the presenters for their willingness to share their research and ideas. And of course, all the participants for their keen and active participation. Without your efforts, this conference would not be possible. We hope that you have an enjoyable conference. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The fifth agenda. There are some welcoming speech from the first Chief Executive of ESA UHAMKA, period 2022 up to 2023, Cynthia Azahra. For Cynthia, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here today at this wonderful place. Honorable to the speaker, Mr. Gerald and Mrs. Cristia. Honorable to Dean of FKIP UHAMKA, Mr. Desvian Bandarsyah, MPD. Honorable to Head of English Language Education, Mr. Silih Warni, PhD. Honorable to Secretaries of English Language Education, Mr. Cahya Komara M. Hum. And Honorable to Head of International Relations, Mr. Purnama Syaipur Rahman, PhD. And the last, Honorable to Advisor of ESA UHAMKA, Mrs. Matriwati, MPD, and all participants. I would like to thank to God Allah because we can meet together in this beautiful place. I'm Cynthia Azahra, the Chief of ESA UHAMKA. I would like to say thank you to all participants because the conference makes an effort for provide a forum for being sharing of academic information between research and participation, as well as connect academic with related to complete by to focus about English role in society 5.0, current trend and issue. That the term of this year. Welcome to International Webinar and Undergraduate Paper 2022. I think that's all from me as Chief of ESA UHAMKA. Thank you to all participants. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much for Cynthia Azara. Next, welcoming speech from the head of English Education Department, Mr. Silihwani, PhD. Time is yours.
Thank you very much, the Master of Ceremony. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi wa min tabi'in ihsan ila yaumidin amma ba'd. Honorable Dr. Desvian Bandarsyah, the Dean of Teacher Training and Pedagogy Faculty. And then we've got Dr. Purnama Saipur Rahman, the head of International Office of UHAMKA. Thank you very much for all the contribution. And then we've got distinguished keynote speakers from the Philippines, Honorable Ms. Cristia Siena Amparo Tubale. Please correct me if I mispronounce your names. And then we've got Mr. Gerald Sakules from College of Arts and Science, Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University, Philippines. And then we've got lecturers from English Education Departments. Thank you for taking part in this program, and for sure for all presenters and participants coming from different institutions all around Indonesia. Thank you very much, Pak Dekan and everyone. Just for information, we've got participants from different provinces, like Universitas Muhammadiyah Makassar, then Universitas Lambung Mangkurat, University of Manado, 11 Maret University, and then Pajajaran University, and we've got also ICB Akademi Komunitas Negeri Putra Sang Fajar Blitar, and also STKIP PGRI Pacitan. Those are among the participants who took part here. Thank you very much. It's my great pleasure to welcome you all in this first international webinar and undergraduate paper organized by English Education Department students. Thank you very much, all the organizing committee, for your hard work. I know you've been working really hard to make it come true, the international conference or webinar and undergraduate paper. It's really highly appreciated. Then thank you for all the parties who have contributed to the preparation of this webinar. As Cynthia mentioned, it is intended to be a forum for us to collaborate, to share, to discuss what current issues in English education with regards to the era of Society 5.0. I hope we can get a lot of perspectives and then we share knowledge in this forum. I think on behalf of English Education Department, I just want to thank to you all. Thank you very much one more time. Hopefully you can have fruitful program and everyone enjoys it. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much for the head of English Education Department, Mr. Silihwani, PhD. Next, the Dean of FKIP UHAMKA, Mr. Desvian Bandarsyah, MPD. Time is yours.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Assalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah. Wala haula wala quwata illa billah. Amma ba'du. Good morning for all participant webinar. Honorable Miss Cristia Sina Amparo from College of Development Education, CBSUI, Philippines. Mr. Gerald, who is scholar from College of Art and Science, Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University, Philippines. The Head of International Relations Office Puhamka, Mr. Purnama Saifur Rahman, PhD, Vice Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Puhamka University, Mr. Silih Warni, PhD, Mr. Cahya Komara, MPD, lecturers and all presenters and participants of the first international webinar and undergraduate paper of the English Department, Puhamka. On behalf of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, I'm pleased to welcome you all to this international webinar and undergraduate paper organized by English Student Association of the English Education Department of the University of Muhammadiyah, Professor Dr. Hamka. In the current emerging super intelligent society, called Society 5.0, humans are expected to become the main component who can solve many social challenges and problems by utilizing various existing technologies. Education has an important role to advance the quality of human resource. Our faculty have been concerned with the era of Society 5.0 with its implication in education. In the English education context particularly, and all stakeholders, especially learners and teachers, should be aware of the phenomena and how it can influence the process of English learning. Various research and dissemination of the research findings within this area are expected to widen the free service English teachers horizon about the phenomena. The topic of seminar: English role in the era of Society 5.0, current trends and issues. Scholars and students from different countries take part in the program to share their knowledge and perspective. I would like to share my special thanks to Miss Cristia Sina Amparo from College of Development Education, CBSUI, Philippines. Mr. Gerard, who is scholar from College of Art and Science, Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University, Philippines. Dr. Zilvia Batji from the University of Pannonia, Hungary. And Mr. Silih Warni, PhD from University of Muhammadiyah, Professor Dr. Hamka, as the keynote speakers in this program. I hope everyone enjoy this program and it can be beneficial for all the participants. By reciting Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, this international webinar is officially opened. Thank you. Nasru minallah wa fatun qarib wa basiril mu'minin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for Mr. Dr. Despian Bandarsyah, MPD, for the welcoming speech. The sixth agenda is webinar material presentations. It's my pleasure to introduce our moderator, Ms. Fidania Tiarsiwi, MPD. She is one of the lecturers of English Education, University Muhammadiyah Professor Dr. Hamka, and will be moderate the webinar session today. For Ms. Fidania Tiarsiwi, MPD, the time is yours.
Okay, can everybody hear me? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Tiara. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Very good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first International Webinar and Undergraduate Paper 2023, held by English Student Association UHAMKA today. In this delighting occasion, I will be moderating 3 exceptional presenters, but before we listen to their presentation, let me introduce my name. Actually, Tiara has already mentioned my full name. Yes, that's right. My full name is Fidania Tiarsiwi. But if you find any difficulties to call my name, just call me Scarlett Johansson. Or maybe you can try something simpler. You can call me Siwi. 2 personal pronouns, she and shiwi. Okay, I'm from University Muhammadiyah Professor Dr. Hamka, and today I'm very lucky because I'm going to moderate 3 absorbing topics presented by our speakers. Before we begin, I have a few housekeeping notes. Since we have 3 speakers, each of them will share their presentation for 30 minutes. After each presentation, for 10 minutes, the attendees are allowed to ask the presenter. If you have questions for the presenters, you may activate a raise hand feature, turn on your microphone, and ask them out loud. Or if you are quite shy or if you are a quiet introvert, maybe you prefer to use the chat feature in the Zoom meeting, and I will read your question out loud. If you're not asking a question, please keep yourself muted during the live Q&A. If you have technical issues, please first check the following basics. First thing first, ask you yourself if whether or not your internet connection is stable. Is the upload speed fast enough? Or are your headphones adequately connected? Is the volume level appropriate? Or are other programs running in the background blocking the proper reception of the webinar, such as Skype, Viber, Teams, and so on? All right, now moving along to our session, please welcome our special guest, Gerald Uisakuis. Hopefully I didn't pronounce your name incorrectly. Did I pronounce your name correctly, Mr. Sakulis? Okay.
That's Sakulies, ma'am. Sakulies.
Sakulies.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
yes.
Mr. Sakulies. All right, thank you. He will be speaking to us digital technology integration in the ELT classroom. Mr. Sakulies is the graduate of Bachelor of Secondary Education major in English at St. Louis College with distinction. He took his Master of Arts in Language and Literature at the College of Arts and Communication, University of the Philippines. He was a collegiate editor-in-chief and an advisor to various co-papers. Currently, he is a full-time faculty member of the AB English Language Program of the College of Arts and Science of Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University, North La Union Campus, teaching courses such as language and media, stylistic, issues, and perspective in English across the professions. He is also designated as the social media manager and in charge for marketing and communication of the college and was the university coordinator for print publication of the MMMSU, Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University. Good morning, Mr. Sakulias.
Thank you, Ma'am Fidanyar, for the introduction. So, good morning, everyone. Magandang umaga in Filipino and salamat pagi to our friends in Indonesia. Ma'am, I hope my audio is clear.
Yes, very
Yes,
clear.
okay.
Obviously clear.
So,
Okay.
before anything else, I would like to express my sincerest gratitude to the English Association, Student Association of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education of University of Muhammadiyah, Professor Dr. Hamka, for inviting me as one of the keynote speakers in your first ever international webinar and student paper presentation. It is always a joy to deliver a talk to university. So last year, I was also invited by UHAMKA as one of the speakers during its joint virtual internship on media convergence in digital communication era. So as early as now, I would like to commend the university, especially the organizers, for providing avenues like this, where language teachers, researchers, and students convene and exchange insights and significant research findings on language education. So I'm honored actually to be gracing this event and becoming the first keynote speaker for today. So when I was given the invitation, I found out that there's no specific topic assigned to me. So I was both relieved and pressured. I was pressured because it was difficult for me to contextualize and delimit since the theme of the international webinar is quite broad. But at the same time, I was also relieved with the idea that I am given the freedom to choose the topic I'm most comfortable with. So on that note, it is with pride that I walk you through the topic of digital technology in English language teaching. So let me present or let me share my screen. Okay. So I hope my screen is being shared, Ma'am Fidanyar.
Yes, it's very clear.
Okay, so my topic is on digital technology in the ELT class. And so why did I choose this topic? Because your theme is on Society 5.0. And when we talk about Society 5.0, we talk about the convergence of physical and cyberspace and how they join hand in hand in providing solution to problems in the real life world. So I think it's most fitting for us to talk about digital technology and how it's being used in the ELT classroom. So as the world becomes more connected, digital technology has become an increasingly important part of our daily lives. So from smartphones, social media, we rely on technology to communicate, learn, and work. So in the field of education, digital technology has become a powerful tool for enhancing learning and teaching. So this is especially true in the context of English language teaching, where digital technology can provide new opportunities for students to practice their language skills and engage with authentic materials. So in this short presentation, I will explore, because I'm only given 30 minutes, I will explore the benefits of using digital technology in English language teaching, as well as the different types of technology that can be used. We'll also discuss some of the challenges that come with integrating technology into the classroom and offer best practices for effective implementation. And by the end of this presentation, I hope you will have a better understanding of how digital technology can transform the way we teach and learn English. So, but before that, or before we discuss digital technology and how it is being integrated in the ELT classroom, let's first revisit the concept of Society 5.0. So what do we mean when we say Society 5.0? So Society 5.0, Society 5.0 is the latest evolution of human society. So it's characterized by the integration of advanced technology into all aspects of life. So it represents a new era of human progress where the boundaries between physical and the digital worlds are being blurred and where people are connected in ways never before imagined. So the concept of Society 5.0 originated in Japan. So what is seen as a way to address the concepts or the challenges rather of an aging population and declining birth rates. However, the principles of Society 5.0 have global implications as they offer a vision of how technology can be used to improve the lives of people around the world. So at its core, Society 5.0 is about using technology to resolve real-world problems and improve quality of life for all. So this includes everything from smart cities and autonomous vehicles to personalized medicine and even virtual reality. So unlike previous societies, which were focused on industrialization and mass production, Society 5.0 is centered around individual needs and desires, with technology serving as a tool to help people achieve their goal. So what's the role of language education in Society 5.0? So we're now linking how Society 5.0, how English language education is linked to the concept of Society 5.0. So in Society 5.0 or 5.0, language education plays a critical role in enabling effective communication, collaboration, and innovation. With the rise of globalization and the increasing interconnectedness of societies, language skills are essential for individuals to engage with others rather from diverse backgrounds and cultures. For example, a Japanese or an Indonesian engineer working on a project with counterparts from Europe and America must have a strong command of English language to effectively communicate and collaborate with other colleagues. Additionally, language skills can facilitate innovation by enabling individuals to access information and ideas from around the world. So what are the challenges in language education in or amidst Society 5.0? So as we move towards Society 5.0, language education faces several challenges that must be addressed to ensure students are equipped with necessary skills to thrive in this highly connected and diverse society. So one of the biggest challenges is the need for new teaching methods and technologies that can keep pace with rapid changes in society. So traditional language education methods may not be sufficient to prepare students for the demands of Society 5.0, which requires cross-cultural communication skills and understanding of emerging technology. So this is now the challenge that we are facing, especially for teachers of language, or how do we keep up with the changing needs of the society as we tread towards the embracing of Society 5.0. Since in Society 5.0, we are very much particular with cross-cultural communication or how we communicate with different cultures. So what are the opportunities in language education in Society 5.0? So Society 5.0 presents exciting opportunities for language education, particularly in the realm of online learning. So advancements of technology and connectivity, learners can now access language courses from anywhere in the world at any time. This means that language education can be more accessible and flexible than ever before, so allowing individuals to learn at their own pace and on their own terms. Additionally, Society 5.0 emphasizes the need for cross-cultural communication skills in a globalized world. As businesses and organizations become increasingly international, the ability to communicate effectively across cultural boundaries is becoming more important than ever. So language education plays a crucial role in developing the skills, helping individuals to navigate cultural differences and build strong relationships with people from diverse backgrounds. So this means that with language education or with language competence, we are able to bridge the gap between different cultures and connect to them. Activity is very much important as we achieve Society 5.0. We have to be connected from different parts of the world. And as far as connectivity is concerned, there's cross-cultural differences from different parts of the world. So with language education or with English language competence, we're able to link or we're able to bridge the gap in this aspect. So in the realization of the role of language education in Society 5.0, the role of digital technology is also very primordial. So that's why I chose this topic, because in order for us to achieve or to bridge this gap, we have to be equipped in the use of digital technology in the ELT classroom. So what do we mean by the term digital technology? So we define the term digital technology are those that use various types of software and hardware to create, store, and transmit display data. Some of the most prevalent digital technologies include digital devices, computers, tablets, and mobile phones, as well as the products viewed, used, or created on the aforementioned gadgets. So it's also defined to refer to electronic tools, systems, devices, and resources that generate, store, or process data. So some of the familiar examples include social media, online games, multimedia, and phones. In fact, digital technology has recently become increasingly essential in all aspects of life, including education. So digital technology integration is the teacher's use of digital technologies to do familiar activities more effectively, and the extent to which digital technologies transform such tasks. It encompasses the use of computers at the low level, like students' use of internet searches, and high level, for instance, the students' creation of presentations or projects using multimedia. Furthermore, digital technology integration is the adoption of digital technologies to improve learning activities by allowing learners to do classwork on the computer instead on paper. So what are the impacts of DT or digital technology to language learning? So numerous studies have confirmed the positive impact of digital technologies on language acquisition. Digital technologies can help language teachers provide timely and relevant feedback while supporting the development of all 4 language skills, which include listening, speaking, writing, and reading. In addition, integrating digital technologies into classroom settings can support or can boost rather student motivation and interest in learning. Furthermore, it also improve self-regulation and collaboration. So digital technologies has revolutionized the way we teach and learn languages. With the help of various tools and resources, students can now engage with the language in a more interactive and immersive way. So these are other benefits of digital technology in language learning. So it allows rather personalized and adaptive learning experiences. For example, learning apps can use artificial intelligence adaptive learning experiences. For example, language app can use artificial intelligence algorithms to adapt to a student's level and pace, providing them with personalized feedback and suggestions for improvement. This not only make learning more efficient, but also more engaging and enjoyable. Another one, it provides access to a wealth of authentic materials and resources from around the globe or around the world rather. For example, with just a few clicks, students can access news articles, podcasts, videos, blogs for that matter, and other multimedia content in the target language, allowing them to develop their listening, reading, and comprehension skills in a more natural and authentic way. In addition, digital technology can also enhance collaboration and communication among learners and teachers. Online discussion forums, video conferencing tools, that's like what we are doing right now, and collaborative writing platforms enable students to interact with each other and the instructors in real time, regardless of their location or time zone. So just like what we're doing right now, we're able to collaborate and communicate even though we're from different parts of the world. I'm from the Philippines, you're from Indonesia. And through this technology that we're using right now, laptop, and through the app Zoom, we're able to collaborate and communicate. So overall, the benefits of the technology in language learning are numerous and significant. So by leveraging these tools and resources, educators can create more effective and engaging learning experiences that better meet the needs of today's learners. So what are the different types of or examples of digital technology for language learning? So what we have here, this includes apps, online resources, and interactive whiteboards. Apps which include, for example, your Duolingo, your Merriam-Webster's Dictionary, your Google Classroom, your Zoom. These are examples of apps. We also have online resources like online databases, online research bases that we could easily access for information gathering and dissemination. We also have interactive whiteboards. So what are the challenges of using digital technology in language learning? So one of the biggest challenges of using digital technology in English language is technical issues. As with any technology, there can be glitches or malfunctions that disrupt the learning process. For example, an app may crash or an online resource may not load properly. These technical issues can be frustrating for both teachers and students and can lead to a loss of valuable class time, since most technologies rely on electricity and accessibility into the internet. These resources or this digital technology may crash and may have or may pose detrimental impact or challenge to the classroom. Another challenge of using digital technology in English language teaching is the student distractions or the focus of the students. With so many digital devices available, it can be difficult to keep students focused on the task at hand. Students may be tempted to check their phones or browse social media instead of engaging with their lesson or material. This can be particularly problematic for younger learners who may have less self-control and discipline. So in my experience as an English language teacher, some young learners may tend to have shorter attention span. So when they get to hold their iPads or their phones or their laptop while in the classroom, they may have the tendency to check or to browse other websites which are not related to the topic. So this may be a problem or a challenge for in the case of the teacher. How do we keep the focus or the interest of the students in the digital technology being used and not get distracted by other resources? So this is quite challenging for us teachers. So as teachers, we have to be able to equip ourselves in engaging or addressing this problem. Another one is the availability of resources, since we know that there are some schools from different parts of the world which are not yet rich with this kind of resources. Some countries or some places may not have access to these resources. So the use of digital technology may pose a problem on their part. How do we get or how do we access these resources? So I hope our country, our government is providing us the support in the accessibility or availability of these resources. We also have the teacher's competence. Of course, it could not, or the digital technology could not replace the primordial role of the teacher. The teacher is still the best key player or person in the classroom. So he or she is still the facilitator of learning in the classroom. So he or she must still be equipped in the use of the technology. He or she must be competent in the use of this technology. So these are the challenges that teachers may face in the use or the integration of digital technology in the language learning. So what are the best practices for integrating digital technology in language learning? So one of the best ways for me to integrate digital technology in English language teaching is by using interactive whiteboards. So these boards allow teachers to display information, videos, and images, and students can interact with the material using touchscreens and digital pens. So this technology can be particularly effective for visual learners, as it provides a more interactive or more engaging and dynamic rapport, providing a more effective learning experience. Another effective approach is to use mobile apps and online resources that are specifically designed for language learning. So for example, Duolingo is a popular app that provides interactive lessons and quizzes for language or for learning English and other languages. So we use Duolingo actually in the Philippines to teach Spanish to our students here. So similarly, websites like BBC Learning English and ESL Games World offer a wide range of free resources and activities for language learners all over the world. So you could actually explore the use of many apps or many mobile apps in the classroom. These mobile apps on hindsight may not be may be taken for granted by some teachers, but with effective integration, with effective use of these mobile apps in the English language classroom, these mobile apps may have a very potent impact, positive impact in the achievement of goals in the ELT classroom. Of course, the teacher could still or must still be competent in the use of this mobile app. So the mobile app must be properly integrated in the classroom. So it could not replace the role of the teacher in the classroom, but it could, these mobile apps and this digital technology could actually be handmade by the teachers or by the ELT teachers in delivering the content and eventually achieving the necessary skills needed by a proficient ELT or EL learner. So I think my talk is just very short, and I intended to be like that in order for us to have more time for the collaboration or for the exchange of information. So thank you very much. Salamat in Filipino and terima kasih. I hope I said it right in Bahasa Indonesia.
Yeah, you did. Thank you, Mr. Sakulius. Right, what an interesting topic. Yeah, 5.0, the numbers is getting increased, right? We back then were familiar with the numbers 4.0, and right now we are approaching the numbers 5.0, and later on maybe the numbers will get change again, right? And yeah, what I can conclude from what you have already shared, being technology savvy is everyone's challenge in the ELT area, right? And then for 5.0 era encourages learners to be autonomous and must be technology savvy, of course. And then you also mentioned about the benefits for being a part of the 5.0 eras. We can get more real learning experiences, authentic materials and resources, and we can also collaborate and communicate with other people from around the world. And then what I'm really interested in when you mentioned about Duolingo, and actually I'm still using that application to learn my Spanish. Yeah, it is really beneficial, yeah, to help especially for the basic learners, yeah, to try to encourage your language, yeah, to the target language, to learn the target language. It's very beneficial to start. Okay, I believe that everybody cannot wait for the Q&A sessions, and just because we have already got some of the participants who have already raised their hands. What about if we say hi to them, Mr. Sakulius?
Hello everyone. Salamat pagi. I hope I said it right again to our friends
Yes.
in Indonesia. So it's always a joy to be speaking to our friends and colleagues in Ohamka. So thank you very
Your
much.
selamat
I
pagi
hope
is
we're
very good.
having a good time.
Your pronunciation in selamat pagi is very good. Okay, thank you. Right, let's have a look here. We got 3 participants who have already raised, 4 right now. Fabilina, maybe you can unmute your speaker, sorry.
Okay, thank you so much for Ms. Fidaniarti Arsiwi. Okay. And also from Mr. Gerald Sakulius for the presentations. So my question is about the visions that we know that in Indonesia for the comparing developing country itself, that we know about our
Gak ada
education
dokter di
is
Syariah di Dian Gomi mah.
our
Bilang
education
doang,
is
saya sama
Maaf Fakar, can you
tadi
unmute?
itu, saya paham tuh.
Okay.
our education at the lowest country in the world, is that based from this really interesting presentations that I heard, it's really lots of opportunity from the digital technology in the ELT classroom, right? But is that has the result significantly about from the poor people that cannot access digital technology itself, perhaps? Is you have a significant results from that they can access digital technology for their ELT classroom, perhaps? And so, thank you.
Thank you, Febelina, for that very good insight and very good context. I haven't conducted a study actually on the actual figure or the significant impact or the lived experiences of learners from very poor population. But based on my experience as a language teacher, so I've been to remote areas in the Philippines. I'm speaking in the Philippine context. I'm not sure with Indonesian context, but in the Philippine context, there are still places in the country, in the Philippines, where some schools, sad to say, don't have access to advanced digital technology. What we have right now, I guess that the government is very much doing its role and its driven effort to reach these places. But since with digital technology comes other challenges like connectivity with internet or with electricity, and sad to say, there are still places in the Philippines where internet is not yet accessible, electricity is not yet accessible. So digital technology has become, the access to digital technology is also very much challenging. So I think that's what I could tell about your question, about your insight, Febelina, that I could not show you numbers, but I could speak from my experience, having been able to reach these places where learners are not yet capable of accessing this digital technology. I hope I did get the point, Febelina.
What about the answer, Haifa? Did you get the answer, Haifa?
Yes, Nerly came with the best answer, I think. So thank you for Mr. Gerald explanations.
All right.
And I hope everyone from different parts of the world, in Indonesia, in the Philippines, that there would come a time where all learners could have access to these resources.
Yeah. So it's everyone's challenge anyway. Okay. Let's move on to another participants. We have is it a participant, Delara? Okay, let's see. Delara, participant Delara City. Did I pronounce your names correctly?
Yes.
Okay. From STAI Darul Falah. Okay.
Bandung. Yes.
Oh, Bandung. Okay, thank you. Time is yours.
Okay. Thank you for the change. Before I start my question, sorry for I didn't use the background because my phone doesn't support for it. Okay. I have a question for Mr.
Julius.
Gerald.
Yes.
Just call me
Mr.
Gerald.
Gerald. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. For Mr. Gerald. My question is about the challenges or maybe the problems that we might find in language learning, in which, based on my experience, if we as a teacher, if we expose too much digital technologies, sometimes students will get bored in a class. So how do you cope or how do you face with that challenge? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the question. Yeah, I mentioned a while back that there are challenges in the use of. It's always a double-edged sword. There's always a positive and negative. So, if there's something I could input to this group, maybe it's to strike the balance on the use of this digital technology. Do not expose much. Do not depend much of digital technology, because there are still other ways to learn. We're not saying we're not concluding that digital technology is the only way to teach our students. There are other ways to achieve the competencies we need for our learners. So we have to strike the balance between using digital technology and the traditional ways of teaching, because the traditional ways have been tested to become effective also. But the combination of the two, the traditional and the digital, may have a significant positive impact to our students. So that's a very good observation, that some of our students may get bored when we expose them too much to this technology, to the apps, to these devices. Some of them may have shorter attention span, for that matter. So yeah, that's it. To strike the balance between when to use the traditional way and when to use the digital resources. I think that's my take on that question.
Yeah. How is it? Delara Sukmawida?
Okay, thank you. Thank you. You answer my
Yes. So being technology savvy is inevitable, but it doesn't mean that we have to fully do the the screen activities, right? Okay. What a question! What an interesting question. Thank you for asking, Delara. Now let's move on to another question. We got Sumarni from let's see,
University of Makassar, Muhammadiyah Makassar.
Makassar, okay. University of Muhammadiyah Makassar. Hello, Makassar.
Hello.
Okay, time is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much for the chance given to me. Okay, I would like to give you, I mean that your topic is really interesting to be discussed. Yeah, if you talk about the technological skills, okay, I want to give you some perspective about the technological skill, because not all the teachers have the technological skill necessary to use in digital technology effectively in the classroom. So I think that is become the key issues, especially in my district in Takalar, Sulawesi. Okay, most of the teachers actually have still problem, especially for the technological skills. So if you think that it's important for the teacher to receive training on how to use the digital technology effectively in the English learning teaching, but actually the government, the government have facilitated the students to join some training, okay, regarded to the how to use the technology, how to have the technological skill. So, but the problem here still, come to the teachers themselves, because the digital awareness of the teachers themselves actually are still low. So maybe you have suggestion, or maybe you have trick, or maybe you have experience how to overcome, how to motivate the teacher themselves to improve their ability, especially for the technological skills. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for that very wonderful perspective and question. I also mentioned about the teacher's competence being one of the challenges that may be encountered in the integration of digital technology. But in fact, I think majority of us could actually use technology or digital technology. But a bigger question is, how do we integrate this digital technology effectively in the classroom? I think it's not, sometimes it may not be a question on could we use this technology, could we use this app? Yes, we can. But the bigger question is, how do we effectively integrate them in the classroom, in the pedagogy itself, in order to achieve what we intend to achieve? So how do we encourage our colleagues, our friends in the academe or in the teaching profession to improve themselves in the use of this technology? I think, there are some teachers who may not be actually capable or competent of integrating the technology in the classroom. So what we do sometimes is we do peer teaching, we do collaboration, we exchange information with, best practices with someone who could do the job. Yeah, peer teaching is one. We could actually collaborate with other teachers who could effectively integrate this technology in the classroom in order for us to, best practices. Sometimes when we come to learn it from other people, there would become a time that we're also able to use this technology independently in our classroom. So I think, yeah, one is collaboration. Another one is attending training, teachers training, where this digital technology is encouraged to be integrated in the classroom. So I think that's my take on that one, ma'am.
Okay.
So I think training may not be enough. Attending seminars may not be enough. I think the best part or the best thing to do when we're not yet sure of using this certain app or certain technology in the classroom is to actually seek the help of a more competent one. The support of other teachers who could actually guide us, walk us through in the use of this technology in the classroom.
Yeah, or maybe the biggest challenge is how to encourage the internal motivation, right? To upgrade their skills in using the the digital equipments or devices, because actually being reluctant to upgrade the skills of it doesn't only belong to the baby boomers generation, but sometimes the young teachers are also reluctant to improve our skills in that. So okay,
but we have to commend, ma'am. We have to commend those veteran teachers, those seasoned teachers. In the Philippine context, I've met seasoned veteran teachers who've been teaching for so many years, and they're still open to using, open to changes, open to development, open to progress, and they're still very much willing to learn this platform. So we have to commend them also. But yes, ma'am, that's very good input, that the key to change maybe is the recognition that we need change. So we have to be open also for self-growth and professional growth. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Is it answered your question, Sumarni?
Yeah, thank you so much.
What a good question. Now we still have more time. Let's move on to another participants. We have Fatima from, let's see, Fatima Azara from
Hamka University.
Oh, from University Muhammadiyah Kota Dr. Hamka. Okay, local person. Hi, Fatima.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, it's time for you to ask.
Okay, thank you very much to Mr. Gerald for your explanation and Ms. Iwi. So my question is, what are some effective strategies for fostering digital literacy skill among ELT learners, enabling them to navigate and critically evaluate online resources? That's it. Thank you.
Again, may I ask you to repeat the question, Fatima?
Yeah.
Repeat
May
the
I ask you to
question.
repeat the question, please?
Okay, sorry. What are some effective strategies for fostering digital literacy skill among ELT learners, enabling them to navigate and critically evaluate online resources? That's it.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Okay, that's a very good question also. I think there's no yardstick, there is no absolute strategy, because my strategy may not work with other contexts. So I'm speaking in the Philippine context. So my strategies may not actually be the best thing to do in other places. But if I could, I may share some of my strategies in fostering digital literacy, enabling them to conduct reliable researches. I think it's one is explicit teaching. I mean, sometimes I really devote some minutes of my class to discuss ways on how they could navigate properly resources in the internet, since most or some of the information on the internet may not be reliable. We have to teach our students that not all they see in the internet are reliable. We have to be vigilant. We have to be critical also in filtering and examining if this information are really true. In the Philippines, we have this culture of fake news or fake information or disinformation. I hope, or I don't know if you have heard about this culture in the Philippines, wherein some people or some Filipinos may be victims of fake news or fake information. So in the classroom, we really have to teach our students the ways on how we examine or filter information. So what websites are reliable, what websites are not reliable, or how do we spot if some resources are not true, are just phishing information. So I think this is the best strategy so far. And number two, once I check researches or check essays of some students, I really look on the resources where they got where they got the information. So as a form of feedback, I really tell them that the website or the online resource they use is not really correct. So I think this is one way of enriching their digital literacy, that they could not use whatever information they could get from, or they cannot easily use any information they get from the internet. They have to be critical and be vigilant in examining this information in order for them to achieve that kind of literacy we need in the society 5.0. So that's my take on that one, Fatima.
Yeah, so in short, we cannot judge which one is the most effective strategy, because sometimes it can work, sometimes it can't work in another class. It depends on our students' characteristic, and also depends how we evaluate the materials that we are using, right, Mr. Sekulius? Yeah, so is it answer your questions, Fatima?
Yeah, Miss, thank you. And Mrs. Sarah, thank you.
Fatima.
Yeah.
All right. Now, I think the committee just reminded me that the session is over at 9:20. So I'm really sorry for Muhammad. Who is it? Muhammad. Okay, I cannot read your full name. Yeah, I cannot continue the Q&A session. But maybe I can answer the question in the chat whether or not the participants can get the materials after the session is over. Yes, the committee will send the materials after the session is over. Okay, thank you very much for the outstanding presentation, Mr. Sekulius. I really hope that we can see again in the very good occasion, another very good occasion.
This is my second time for UHAM. I hope for the third time I get to speak face to face in Indonesia.
Okay. Hopefully that we can see on
I
site.
hope that will happen. Yeah.
Right, Pak Silly, maybe can have a plate to see Mr. Sekulius later on.
It's gonna be great idea, yeah, hopefully in the future. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Sekulius, Mr. Sekulius. Okay, let's move on to another.
Fidan, could I ask for a short photo op or short screenshot together with all the participants?
Of course,
Could I have that?
Of course. Okay. So the committee, please help Mr. Sekulius to have a photo session with the participants. Can we? Okay. Participants? Okay, participant committee. Can committee help me to take a photo? Tiara, maybe?
Yes, Miss.
Okay.
Yes. Wait for a moment, I'm taking screenshots.
Yes. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. 1, 2, 3. I don't know how many times I have to count 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Tell me if it is finished, yeah, Tiara. Okay, Miss.
Again, ma'am, thank you very much for having me. I hope I
Sorry.
made a very good presentation, and it would be an honor again to speak in this group in the future. Thank you very much.
Most welcome, Mr. Secretariat. Okay. Tiara wants to say something. Yes, Miss. The next agenda is to give the certificates from moderator to the keynote speaker. Oh, okay. So right after the session is over, right? Not all of the 3 speakers. Each speaker.
Each
you mean?
speaker.
Okay, right. Yeah. Mr. Secretariat, hello. Can I give you more time?
Hi,
Because
ma'am.
yeah, because actually we want to give you the the certificate. Yes, this is the certificate of what is it? The webinar. Thank you very much for coming to UHAMKA
Thank you very much,
virtually.
ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you very
Right,
much,
thank
ma'am.
you. Yep. Give applause virtually. All right. Now let's move to another extraordinary speaker. Yeah, I believe that everybody is waiting for her. Please welcome Cristia Siena Amparo, who will be speaking to us on English in the ChatGPT era, a language revolution. Wow, it's very interesting because we are going to talk about AI. Am I right? Cynthia? Cynthia. Cristia?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Did I pronounce your name correctly, by the way? Cristia Siena Amparo. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. Did I pronounce your name correctly, Cristia Siena Amparo? Is it Amparo?
Yes.
Okay. And yeah, like I told you before, that's going to be a very fascinating topic. Before we listen, I would like to introduce her. She is actually a college instructor and public information officer at the Central Bicol State University of Agriculture. Did I pronounce the word Bicol correctly? Because if I'm not mistaken, it is a name of the regions in the Philippines. Is it right?
It's Bicol.
Bicol, right? Yes, that is correct. She graduated her master's degree in English at the UNC School of Graduate Studies and Research, and now she will be a doctor candidate in. Sorry. Excuse me.
Brillianti, could you mute? Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. Yeah. She will be a doctor candidate in Doctors of Philosophy, major in Behavioral Management at the UNC School of Graduate, and she is competent in service, journalism, leadership, and communication skill. What interesting is, or the most interesting is, it was one of the national finalists for 10 outstanding students of the Philippines in 2017. Well, actually, it's going to take a day to read the awards and the achievement that she has already got. And I believe that everybody has been waiting for the interesting presentation for her. So let's give time and screen to her. Cristia, time and screen are yours right now.
Thank you so much, madam, for the very kind introduction. So allow me to present my screen. Can you guys see my presentation?
Yes, I can see it clearly.
Okay, so good morning once again, everyone. Good morning to everyone from UHAMKA rather. I am Cristia from the Philippines. You can just call me Cristia. My students would usually call me Mom C here in the Philippines. So thank you so much to all the heads and honorables of UHAMKA, especially the English Education Student Association, for the invitation. I would like also to thank also Mount Cherry for giving me this opportunity, for allowing me to speak on before an audience in the Ohamka University. I apologize, by the way, for not utilizing the virtual background. Currently, my background isn't a solid color, so thank you everyone for understanding that I cannot use the virtual background, which was initially provided to me yesterday and just a while ago. So allow me to begin my short presentation. This is just a very short presentation because I know that you guys are all really very familiar with AI. So my topic, because I was given the opportunity to choose the topic, so I have chosen English in the ChatGPT era, a language revolution, because I think this is something that most students can relate to. I don't know if it's also used in Indonesia, or the students in Indonesia are also into the ChatGPT application or system. So I'm not so sure, but right now this is something that's really very relevant to everyone. So allow me to begin. So as an AI language model capable of generating human-like responses, the so-called ChatGPT has brought a new dimension to the English language. This is, I think, very revolutionary when it has started to be utilized by most people around the world. So in this discussion, we will explore the impact of ChatGPT on English and delve into the benefits, the challenges, and potential implication it presents. So since the topic is mostly about the Society 5.0, so we will be talking about the connection of cyberspace and the physical space and how it can provide, a better society for everyone. So that's what we will be talking about this morning. So in the recent years, this ChatGPT, it was actually something that evolved from the ChatGPT 3. So it was developed by OpenAI. ChatGPT 4 is a powerful AI model that can understand and generate human-like text based on the input it receives. So it is a successor to the highly acclaimed ChatGPT 3 before, so which garnered widespread attention for its impressive capabilities in generating coherent and contextually relevant text. So with ChatGPT 4, OpenAI has made significant strides in improving the model's performance, making it an invaluable tool for language learners. So basically, the ChatGPT system, it's not only used in education, so it can also be used in other aspects or other fields of specialization. Like it can also be used in business as well. So in recent years, technology has played, an increasingly significant role in the way we communicate, the way we learn, the way we interact with one another, the existence of all this messaging applications. So all these are basically influence of technology, evolving technology. So one area that has seen substantial growth and development is language acquisition. So with the advent of sophisticated artificial intelligence systems, learning a new language has become more accessible and efficient than ever before. A while ago, Sir Sakulias actually talked about Duolingo and other digital technologies that we are actually utilizing in education right now. So among these AI-driven innovations, this ChatGPT 4, which we considered a cutting-edge language model, is revolutionizing the way we approach language learning. Because if not everyone are informed, ChatGPT is actually capable of translating from one language to another. We were actually very amused last time because my colleague was actually tasked to translate a Bicol paragraph to English. So he made use of ChatGPT, but he was not at all reliant to the ChatGPT. He's also doing his part as a human to translate the words. But he only tried using ChatGPT, and amazingly, it was able to translate these words to English. So that's how I think the term would be amazing, how this system was created. So let's talk about the key advantages of the ChatGPT tool. Okay, so one of the key advantages of ChatGPT is its ability to provide instantaneous feedback on language usage. Because if you have good connection in the internet, you could immediately get feedback from ChatGPT. So as learners practice their writing or speaking skills, the AI model can analyze their input and offer real-time corrections and suggestions. So this immediate feedback allows learners to identify and rectify their mistakes promptly, fostering, a more efficient learning process, because it also gives comments on how sentences are structured, how sentences are written, how good your grammar is or how bad it is. It provides immediate feedback on the details or on the ideas that you're going to provide the chatbot. So another remarkable feature of ChatGPT is its capacity to generate contextually appropriate responses in a conversation. So I kind of find it similar to SimSimi. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but ChatGPT is kind of similar to that. It's because you can actually talk to the system as if it's a human. So it immediately responds to whatever you are telling them, but you cannot expect the same response that you're expecting from a human. So that's a challenge there. So this capability enables language learners to engage in interactive dialogues with AI, simulating real-life conversations with native speakers. So by practicing conversational skills with ChatGPT-4, learners can develop their fluency and confidence in using the language in everyday situations, because you can actually give commands to ChatGPT if you would like your sentences to be a little bit more chill or more technical, or you want it to be more formal. The ChatGPT bot can actually make your sentences appear the way you want it to appear. So if you want it to be more conversational, then the ChatGPT can actually paraphrase your entire paragraph into it becoming more conversational. So these things are the basic things that we are actually using ChatGPT for. So in paraphrasing and improving our paragraphs, that's when we use ChatGPT best. So furthermore, ChatGPT-4's vast knowledge base allows it to serve as a comprehensive language resource for learners. But I'm not saying that you can depend on it, okay? So it can provide explanation for grammar rules, which I've mentioned a while ago, for idiomatic expressions and cultural nuances, making it an invaluable companion for those seeking to deepen their understanding of a language. So as I've mentioned a while ago, if your grammar is not that good, then ChatGPT could provide you comments on how you can improve them, or how you can paraphrase the phrase or the sentences you have with you. So lastly, the AI model can also generate examples and exercises tailored to the learner's needs, offering a personalized learning experience that traditional textbooks and language courses may struggle to provide. Because some of the books right now cannot actually give you everything that you need, or you would be needing a lot of textbooks before you could even get the information, the pieces of information that you really need. So with AI, it can immediately give you an immediate feedback if you're going to ask them for examples, for exercises and the likes. But you also need to validate the correctness of this information that you're getting from this AI, because it's kind of scary if you're just going to depend on an AI expecting it to be correct all the time. So that's not also good, okay? So there are disclaimers from time to time. So let's expound more on the aspects of ChatGPT. So first one we have here is enhancing communication. So ChatGPT has many significant contributions to the English language. Its ability to enhance communication, that's one. It has also opened up new avenues for individuals to express themselves, to seek information, and engage in meaningful conversation. So ChatGPT, as mentioned here in my slides, its proficiency in English empowers users to communicate with the model naturally, allowing them to sharpen their language skills and express ideas more effectively. So English has long been recognized as a dominant global language. It's the universal language, actually, because of the widespread use and acceptance to the language. However, with ChatGPT's ability to provide instant translation and assistance, English has become even more accessible to non-native speakers. So this enhanced accessibility has empowered individuals from diverse linguistic backgrounds to engage in meaningful conversations, breaking down, these language barriers that we find very challenging and facilitating cross-cultural understanding. Because us Filipinos, we're not also native speakers of English. So we kind of utilize the help of this AI to enhance our communication skills among other people from different parts of the world. So second we have here is language learning tool. So ChatGPT has emerged as a valuable tool for language learners worldwide. So its vast knowledge and ability to provide instant feedback make it an excellent resource for improving English proficiency. So learners can engage in interactive conversations, receive corrections, and explore various vocabulary and grammatical structures. So ChatGPT acts as a virtual language partner, offering personalized language assistance at any time. In this case, we're not actually telling you to make use of ChatGPT if you're going to write your academic papers or you're going to work on your researches, because ChatGPT is a tool that's not very good at giving you certain informations based from the studies of other people. So it cannot generate these kinds of extravagant concepts that only humans can do. So ChatGPT's language capability can also have a profound impact on language learning. So its ability to provide, what we've mentioned a while ago, which is instant feedback, suggest alternative phrasings, and generate coherent responses, aids learners in their quest to master English. So as learners engaged with ChatGPT, they can benefit from the model's language expertise and personalized guidance. So ultimately accelerating the learning process and making English education more accessible to a wider audience. So to continue moving forward, with users from all around the globe interacting with ChatGPT or through ChatGPT, the English language is experiencing, a vibrant infusion of cultural diversity a little. People from different linguistic backgrounds bring their unique idioms and expressions and linguistic conventions to the platform. So it acts as a bridge between languages and cultures because, as I've mentioned a while ago, it has the capability to translate sentences or basic phrases from one language to another. So this cross-cultural exchange is gradually shaping a more inclusive form of English. So regional variations, accents, and idiomatic expressions from different English-speaking communities are being, assimilated into the AI model, and it kind of results to enriching the overall linguistic experience. So consequently, we can expect to see a gradual shift towards, a more globalized and adaptable version of English. So far, if it will be used in a good manner by most people and not to conducting fraud or whatever evilness there is in the world. So another thing here, we discuss the challenges and nuances of ChatGPT as well. So while ChatGPT has numerous benefits, it also raises important, ethical considerations. So as English evolves under influence of AI, we must address potential biases and challenges as well, because it's not always an application. It's not an application that has bright side all the time. So it has dark sides as well. It has downsides as well. There are challenges, there are biases that we have to consider as well. So AI models can unintentionally, perpetuate stereotypes or discriminatory language if not properly trained or supervised. Because, this is a robot. This is an artificial intelligence made by human. So safeguarding against such biases and ensuring fair and inclusive language generation is, essential to maintain the integrity of English in the ChatGPT era. So another thing that's really a challenge, which I myself is experiencing among us teachers, is the idea of receiving academic papers written and generated in the chat GPT. Like students would usually give commands to chat GPT, write me an academic paper about English language. That's just an example. And then would just copy and paste this material and then submit it to their teacher. That's something that's really very scary and we don't want to happen. So I've been telling my students, ChatGPT is a tool, it's created by human. And when we say a tool, you can just use it as something that could assist you, but not totally be a slave of that tool, right? So another thing is that it has become easier for students to cheat because of the ChatGPT. It also affects the critical thinking skills of students because they would not think anymore about the academic papers you're asking them to write. They would just rely on this application or this AI, and then it's the AI that will generate all the ideas that they need to critically think about. So some cannot solve problems independently anymore because of the existence of artificial intelligence. So this is just one. ChatGPT is just one. There are so many artificial intelligence now in the entire part or whatever part of the world now. So it's kind of scary world out there. So just remember that it's a tool and not something that could, enslave you for the rest of your life. So let's talk about its impact on writing skills as well. So as individuals, increasingly rely on ChatGPT for written communication, there is concern that it might impact their writing skills negatively. As I've mentioned a while ago, you don't have to think about what to write anymore because there's ChatGPT, which will be not totally assisting, but actually controlling you to copy and paste the ideas. So it's not something nice. So the convenience of instant responses and automated assistance might, discourage the development of critical writing abilities. So it is essential to strike a balance and encourage users to continue honing their writing skills independently. So I'm also utilizing ChatGPT, but only for asking it to paraphrase a certain sentence, but not totally asking it to generate an entire letter or an entire academic paper. So that's one thing that students should also understand. So utilizing ChatGPT as a complementary tool rather than a substitute for personal growth, it's something that everybody should be reminded about. So it's just a tool, complementary tool, and it's not something that must control you, because in that case, you become the robot and not the ChatGPT. So another case here is the future implication of ChatGPT. So the rise of ChatGPT and other advanced language models foreshadows an exciting future for the English language. If only people are utilizing this digital advancements into, if they're utilizing it for good intentions or for good purposes, then perhaps it would really be an exciting future for everyone. But since people can also find, opportunities to harm other people, then it has become a bad thing now in our society. So as AI continues to evolve, we can anticipate even more sophisticated conversational agents that better understand context, humor, and cultural nuances. So this progress will revolutionize the way we interact with language, potentially, reshaping not just written communication, but also areas like customer service, virtual assistants, and language translation. So this kind of AI has so much potential only if we're using it in a good way. So that's one thing that we have to remember all the time. So basically, to end this discussion in a nutshell with this ChatGPT, English in the chat era is evolving. That's a fact, shaped by the capabilities and impact of AI language models. So ChatGPT's contributions to communication, to language learning, and cultural diversity are, it's undeniable. So, but then again, however, we must also navigate the challenges it presents. We also need to be reminded of all these challenges, of all this potential harm it can cause to people. We have to ensure the ethical use of ChatGPT. We have to address the biases, and we also need to nurture, the individual writing skills of each of our students. So with responsible development and usage, the English language can, harness the transformative power of AI to empower, to connect, and inspire individuals around the world. So once again, allow me to remind everybody that it is a tool. Use it as a tool and do not rely on ChatGPT. So that, I guess, is the end of my discussion on the English of the ChatGPT era. So if you have further questions related to this, and I will be happy to help you kind of find answers to these questions. So thank you so much, everyone. I will now stop sharing my screen.
Okay, thank you very much for a very wonderful presentation, Christia. Yeah, well, actually, I don't know how to, how to conclude all of the things that you have already shared, because it is very interesting. It is very thing that I haven't known before. In this, in the fact that there are so many people, there's still many people who do not know how to convert Word into PDF, and we are being introduced ChatGPT-4. I believe that maybe some of us are even not familiar with. I do not even know exactly what ChatGPT-3 is, and how we are being introduced by ChatGPT-4. And it is very a new thing for me, actually. And maybe it can become a new inspiration to our department, Pak Silly, to conduct more more activities to explore about it, how to operate the ChatGPT-4. Okay, and I also believe that there are some people some participants who are willing to ask about this interesting topic. I will give opportunities to the participants, 10 minutes to ask. And we have Muhammad, Muhammad Al Faisal. Okay, time and screen are yours, Muhammad Al Faisal.
Thank you, Ms. Siwi. And that's an interesting presentation about the ChatGPT, the use of ChatGPT. But I just have a question about this ChatGPT, because one of my views that ChatGPT that's still possible to use for students for cheating or some kind of that. But is it still possible to minimize that? And is that any impact the students in their motivational in learning? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir Muhammad, for your questions. As I've mentioned a while ago, ChatGPT is something that is very common among students, especially when it's a challenge for us who are teaching English, who are into English language, because we can no longer identify when a paper is written through ChatGPT or generated through ChatGPT. So the implications, I guess, as I've mentioned a while ago, it kind of a challenge for us, because students nowadays could no longer hone their critical thinking abilities, right? And they could no longer solve problems on their own, because there is an AI that will, help them do the task. So students nowadays are very, they tend to rely on this artificial intelligence and no longer think on their own. So that's one implication for students or for learners who are using ChatGPT. Another thing is that it also has become a challenge among teachers, because as mentioned by Madam a while ago, not everyone is familiar with the ChatGPT. In Indonesia, I think it's not yet something that you use all the time. Am I correct?
Yes.
So it's a new thing. I'm glad that I was able to impart this topic to everyone in this webinar, because I thought it's as rampant as the situation is kind that similar here in the Philippines, but I was mistaken because it is something new to everyone. That's one thing I just realized today. So perhaps these are the dangers, and another thing are what's the other question you asked a while ago other than the implication, Mr. Mahatad?
Is it any like effect to the students, like in their motivational for learning with the using of ChatGPT?
Yeah, the same thing, which I've mentioned a while ago. Their capability to think independently is being challenged because they don't have to think about the topic anymore. There's an AI to do the job for them. So that's technically generally the problem here, because the critical thinking abilities of the students to brainstorm with another student or to brainstorm on their own through the assistance of internet, of books, it will vanish because there's already an AI to do all the job for them. So that's generally my answer to your question.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, what a nice answer. Thank you. Now, because we still have a lot of lines of the participants who wants to ask, let's give another opportunity to Wilda.
Yes,
Wilda,
Miss.
time and screen are yours right now.
All right. Thank you for Miss Tiwi for the opportunity, and then I'm thanks to Miss Christia for bringing this topic, because honestly, I am a newbie for using ChatGPT, and then as long as I using this ChatGPT, I was frightening and wondering, because I was frightening that this ChatGPT can impact my critical and my creativity. So I want to ask you about how if about the dark side using ChatGPT. How if ChatGPT become addicting among students, Miss? And then is there any trick to handle or solve this problem about addicting some student, like addicting about using ChatGPT? That's all, Miss. Thank you.
So, okay, you use the term something really very frightening and addicting. So the
Yeah,
term
I was
addicting
frightening.
and
So
really very scary.
Yeah, that's why I asked you, is there any tricks? Because while we are not aware for ourselves, it's become addicting. Yes.
Actually, for the information of everyone, there are also artificial intelligence, diba? It's artificial intelligence versus artificial intelligence. There are also artificial intelligence that teachers can use to detect whether papers are written by AI or by ChatGPT. Even Turnitin, I don't know if you're familiar with Turnitin, it can already filter whether an academic paper or a submitted paper is written by an AI. So there's something that teachers can do also. So teachers should learn all these AIs as well that can combat ChatGPT, because students should not, be more powerful than us. So we should be the ones to, kind of not totally control them, but we need to have the upper hand all the time among our students, especially that we're talking about learning. So there are so many AI other than Turnitin that can detect whether a paper is written by ChatGPT. So it's a scary world out there, but we also need to find solutions to what's making us feel frightened about these new changes in our technology or in our society. So I guess that answers your question, Ma'am Wilda.
Yeah, like you said before, right? Just convince ourselves, convince the students that this is only a tool. We cannot rely on fully to that tool. All right. Hopefully, is it answered your question, Wilda?
It answer
It
my
is.
question.
Okay, thank you very much. Now let's move on to another participants, Yuda. Yuda from SPS UHAMKA. Yeah, time and
Okay.
question, time and screen are yours.
Okay. Thank you, Miss Dewi. for giving me a chance to ask a question. My question is, you said that before when your presentation said that ChatGPT has a dark side, and then there's an advantage and maybe also more disadvantage. And then my question is, how do you introduce ChatGPT for the first time to your student in the class? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir Yuda. Actually, it's an unspeakable term in my class. As much as possible, I do not really talk about ChatGPT in the class because it's a common idea in our class already. I mean, I know that my students know ChatGPT and they know that I know ChatGPT because it's something that's kind of very common here in the Philippines. So I just talked about them. I just tell them that I know the sites you're visiting and I know exactly when a paper is written by an AI, because there are also terms or clauses or phrases that you can see in their paper and you know already that it's being written by an AI. Like, for example, terms like in conclusion, right after the in the conclusion part of the sentences. And I know that as teachers, you know the capabilities of your students. You know how they write, you know the level of competence of these students. I'm not saying that we know how good they are, or we know how bad they are in terms of writing, but you know exactly the words they use every time they write their papers. And if it's something that or you see immediately that there's a change with the way or the style of writing of that student, you know already that there could be a possibility that the paper could be written through an AI. So I actually, this is the first time that I actually talk about ChatGPT in the webinar. So I'm really very thankful that I get to have this opportunity. But yeah, I have to be honest with you, Sir Yuda. I do not speak ChatGPT. It's an unspeakable term inside my class because as much as possible, I do not want my students to be amused. Like, there's a ChatGPT, or I can actually use ChatGPT in these cases, and and all. And they might abuse ChatGPT. So I want them to learn the AI on their own, and I want them to I want to be there to guide them use the ChatGPT, but not totally encourage them to make use of the application or the system. So that's a truth, Sir Yuda. I haven't talked about ChatGPT in my previous discussions before, in my past life. I have a past life. So I haven't talked about it yet, and I do not really encourage my students to learn about the AI, this AI, which is ChatGPT. And I want them to think critically on their own, solve problems independently. That's one thing that I want them to develop, the skills that are needed in the 21st century. So I hope that helps, Rida.
Yep. Thank you, Miss. Thank you. Insightful answer. Thank you.
Actually, that question came up in my mind as well. You talk about the benefits, the advantages of it. I'm really interested and inspired to try to start it. But yeah, again, that question came up in my mind. How can I start to access that kind of thing in my class? Yeah, maybe it is a thing that we have to explore, Pak Yuda. Okay. Right. So maybe one question remaining from Nabila. That will become the last question. Nabila from Manado. Okay. Hi, Manado. Could you please unmute your speakers? All right.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Nabila from Universitas Nusantara Manado. Talking about AI exists in 1970 from Jackson's book, Introduction to Artificial Intelligence. So he said that, are we intelligent enough for artificial intelligence? That's very interesting statement. So my question is, how can you differentiate the students' work when they using AI chat for their works, especially in writing skills or etc., or not using that application? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miss Nabila, for for your question. That's kind of very interesting. Are we intelligent enough for artificial intelligence? It's kind of thought-provoking. So with my students, I usually I handle like, for example, technical writing subjects, or yeah, basically subjects in English, and major subjects in English. And usually we do drills and writing tasks inside the classroom. And in that case, they could not access their phones, or they could not use their phones inside the class. So that's when I know, or that's when I kind of figure out what the skills of my students. They write their papers inside my classroom, they submit it to me, and that's when I know who among them can really write on their own. So in any case that they will be, in a different case that they will be submitting to me a paper that they have written outside the classroom, that's when I would find out which from among the students used AI, because I know what their capabilities are, because we have been writing all the time in our classes, and then suddenly the person would be submitting to me, you know, a very well-structured sentences and the likes. La, la, la. I even ask my students to write in cursive. Do you do that in Indonesia? I ask my students to write in cursive. I really exert effort to read the papers of my students which are written in cursive, because in that case I will know if the paper is really written by them, and at the same time I really appreciate it if my students would commit errors in terms of sentence structure, because in that way I know that the paper is not written by AI. So teachers should be intelligent enough to do certain strategies on how they can find out whether their students are using AI in submitting their outputs or not. So I think that's my strategy. I first learn the capabilities of my students, and when something kind of unusual happens, when I ask them to submit their papers, or a student who's not excelling at all in sentence writing, or in paragraph writing, or in academic paper writing, that's when I start doubting and would ask the student to write again the paper inside the classroom. So that's what I do in my classes, especially that I'm teaching literary criticism, technical writing. So most of the materials can really be generated by an AI. So that's the strategy I use, and I don't know what strategies other teachers are using as well, so that, you know, they would not be a victim of the students trying to you know, deceive their teachers into making them believe that they were really the ones who wrote that paper. So that's the strategy I use. I'm not so sure if most teachers are already intelligent enough for artificial intelligence, but it's a gradual process. I know that they can, you know, surpass these challenges in terms of the existence of AI. And thank you for the information, by the way. That's when I found out just today that it has started in 1970, as you've mentioned a while ago, you know, the artificial intelligence. So I thank you for that. Thank you for sharing knowledge also in this discussion.
Thank you so much.
Does it answer your question, Nabila?
Yes, thank you.
Actually, it's absolutely correct that sometimes as a teachers, we need to activate our intuition, to figure out whether the students are tricking us or not, something like that. Okay, yeah, it's already 10:05 as scheduled. It's our last session for the Christia presentation. And before we move on to the other presentation, I would like to ask all the participants to take a photo session with the speaker. I really hope that everybody wants to turn on your camera so I can see your beautiful faces and beautiful, handsome faces. Thank you. All right, the committee, could you please help us to take a photo? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Another slide. Okay. Tiara, please tell me if it is finishes.
Yes, Miss.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Right. Is it enough, Tiara?
Enough, Miss.
All right. Thank you very much. Again, thank you very much, Crucio, for your outstanding presentation. It is a thing that I really want to try. I want to explore a lot, yeah, about the ChatGPT-4. Yeah, I believe that everybody here is also, willing, yeah, to hear more about the ChatGPT-4 later on. See you in another occasion. Hopefully that we can see on site later on. And yeah, it is time for giving you the certificate before we end this session. The committee, could you please, okay. All right, here is the certificate for you, Crucia. I really hope that you can receive it.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you so much to all the people from OHAMCA, especially the English Student Association. Thank you so much, Ma'am Siwi.
Most welcome. All right. Now, let's move to the other wonderful speaker, Bapak Silih Warni, PhD. Before we begin listening to his presentation, I would like to introduce you, our fabulous chairperson. Okay, he received his doctoral degree in educational studies from the University of Sheffield, United Kingdom in 2016 with a research area of learner autonomy in language learning. He received his master degree from the University of Muhammadiyah, Professor Dr. Hamka, and his bachelor degree from Sanata Dharma University, majoring English education. He started his teaching career in university level in 2011 and has been consistently working on his professional development in teaching English as a foreign language. And the topic that he is going to share today is, the reorientation of English as a foreign language teacher's roles in the era of Society 5.0. The most interesting thing that you have to know about him is he is one of the most popular female lecturers in University of Muhammadiyah, Professor Dr. Hamka, after Pak Triwintawa Apuko. Okay, Pak Silih Warni.
Yeah, thank you, Missy.
Okay, right. Time and screen are yours, Bapak.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear my voice clearly?
Clearly.
Thank you. I still enjoy the discussion of the previous presenters, actually. Yeah, thank you. Anyway, the previous presenters, Mr. Sakules and Ms. Christia, for giving such insightful materials. And I notified that participants and presenters come from different provinces in Indonesia. If you don't mind, could you please write in the chat box those who come from outside Jakarta? Just write where you are now or where you come from. Probably
Is
some
Bekasi included, Pak?
No, Jabodetabek are not included. Probably outside that place. Could you just chat, write on the chat box, where are you from or where are you now? And let's see. Oh, Bali. Oh,
Bali. Hi, Bali.
Okay. Ken kabarnya?
Surakarta.
Surakarta.
Banjarmasin.
Banjarmasin. Oh, great.
Yeah, also see the
Banjar-
Makassar tadi. Oh ya.
Manado for sure we have one from
Manado,
Manado.
yeah.
You just mentioned, yeah,
Yes.
Makassar. And then,
Okay.
yep. All right. Okay, where you can take a look at where the participants are from. Allow me to share my screen. We've got a nice discussion about sophisticated technology coming along with the era of Society 5.0 that we need to be aware of. And we've got participants who are English education students. Some of you are English teachers or graduate school students, and probably some from non-English background. It doesn't matter. We learn and we share knowledge together here. And today, I'd like to share, hopefully, what I'd like to share don't like overlap with the previous materials, and I tried as much as possible to make the discussion flow. Yeah, after Mr. Sakule and Miss Christia shared their perspectives and experiences about sophisticated technologies that could be used. I tried to highlight particular important element of this discussion. This reorientation of English as a foreign language teachers' roles in the era of Society 5.0. Yeah. I noted here the interesting term mentioned by Miss Christia about the unspeakable practice, unspeakable thing. Yeah, talking about ChatGPT. Yeah, and then some students even have been started making use of that for some purposes, and that shows the urgency, that shows the importance of technology literacy for teachers, so that they can anticipate the students' unfair practices. Yeah, if teachers don't know such newest technology, that how could they overcome or anticipate unfair practices of English learning? Okay, so that's very good materials. First, here I hope these pictures could illustrate the phenomenon that we are facing nowadays, how the existence of sophisticated technology could help students learn and teachers teach English as a foreign language, particularly in our context, and then how important still their physical existence within the classroom processes, and why it is important. Later we can discuss it. I started with brief overview of Society 5.0 era, which Mr. Sakulet already highlighted as well, that Society 5.0 is the concept of a society that is human-centered and technology-based. So you could see the combinations of both important aspects here, human and technology. Like, could the existing technology help humans in their different aspects of life? Then the main component of Society 5.0 is humans who are expected to solve many social challenges and problems by utilizing various technologies which are existing in the Industrial Revolution 4.0. That is the very familiar or common phenomena that we have been discussing in the educational context, especially in the Industrial Revolution 4.0. And then the Society 5.0 follows that. Yeah. And then in the era of Society 5.0, education, including English education, has an important role to advance the quality of human resources. So human again becomes the center of this era. Then, as teachers, or at least people who are concerned with the quality of English teachers, need to take into account the orientation of EFL teachers' roles nowadays, in this era. First, that this urgency is reinforced by the fact that today's learners are inseparable from the use of smart technology in their lives. As teachers, probably, or prospective teachers, we need to be aware that students might be more advanced in terms of using the technology. Probably they are more up to date with the newest technology that they could make use of in their learning processes. But it could, come along with it, the risk or the danger of it, that the previous presenters have mentioned, that if the students are not ready with the existing technology, and then they could be spoiled, then it could reduce the learning process itself. Then with the use of advanced technology, advanced information and communication technology in this era, in the Society 5.0, it is expected that the learning mindset can shift from teacher-centered to student-centered. I think it gives more emphasis on that. Well, previously it's been started, but it gives more emphasis on this urgency. Then technological innovations break the boundaries of language learning, either by making self-study more efficient. We know that phenomena exactly. You may be experiencing that, yeah, learning by yourself with the available sources that you could access online. Then adding value to time spent in class, or by providing wider exposure to language education so that it is accessible to more people. Yeah. Technology enable teachers to provide, or to give guidance for students for more accessible exposure for English. Yeah. As well as students, they could independently get access to that, almost unlimited sources of authentic materials. Then I considered that the concept that is becoming prominent issue in education, not only English education, but in education in general, which is playing important roles in this era where technologies are available, where it could spoil students on the one hand, then the importance of capacity for learner autonomy. Contextualize the topic of the international webinar today with this concept, learner autonomy. We see the benefits of technology, the existence of that, and then how could we then refer back to the human as the main actor? Yeah, it's got philosophical reasons that humans are born with free will. Yeah, I think Ms. Sivi mentioned about intrinsic motivation and things like that, the psychological aspect that it deals with that humans are born with free will. Yeah, no one can force students to learn English, especially English as a foreign language. Yeah. Not even English department lecturers. None of them could force students to learn English. And another thing is that education is supposed to be human-centered. Yeah, it should be human-centered. Technology equip that. Technology is supposed to be complementary to that. Yeah, that is on the top as the philosophical reason why we need to think of that capacity of learner autonomy. Then the practical reason, yeah, the trend of self-study, supported with the existing technology, and then advanced information and technology, communication technologies. And then the psychological reason, yeah, has been number of research revealing that autonomy lead to intrinsic motivation, which will result in more effective learning, including foreign language learning. And then the pedagogical reason, the autonomous learners are self-reliant and motivated. And then another fact that it is impossible for teachers to assist every single student individually all the time. We know how many hours students spend in the classroom. It's impossible for teachers to accompany that. Then learner autonomy implies self-evaluation, yeah, lifelong learning and social strategies. We'll see further the concept of autonomy that is basic that we need to take into account as both students or teachers or even researchers. Yeah, some of you might have been familiar with this. Yeah, in some occasions in different contexts that it works, or it is applicable to integrate this concept. The learner autonomy is the ability to take charge of one's own learning. In the context of English, yeah, the ability to take charge of one's own English as a foreign language learning. To take charge here means to be responsible for all the decisions related to all the learning aspects. Yeah, that includes determining the learning objectives, yeah, defining the learning content and the progressions, selecting methods and techniques of learning to be used, then monitoring the procedure of acquisition and evaluating what has been acquired. So here we, could highlight important aspects of students' ability to take charge of their own learning objectives. Yeah, I heard several times the term personalized learning is mentioned before. Yeah, it has something to do with this. Yeah? How could the learning be personalized? How could someone understand or aware of their own learning objectives. It matters there. While the existence of technology could support that. If students know their objectives are, then the objectives that they understood well could lead them to identify, to understand what the best strategies are. Yeah. In addition, for sure, to the content of the language learning itself. So if it exists, the technology, the sophisticated technology that make the learning easier, then they will make use that. But of course, with regard to the objectives of learning. So I think it has something to do with the students' readiness to use the sophisticated technology. Say, what is it, ChatGPT, for example? If students are not ready with that, or the participants, reviewed the, the statement that are they intelligent enough to use artificial intelligence? If they are not ready for that, then the technology used could, be contradictory with the objectives of learning itself. Yeah. And to, to know the objectives, then to identify the materials, the strategies best to use for them, and then the way they monitor the progress, and then the way they evaluate it. In English learning context, can you imagine if students could embrace this capacity, yeah, in which they know why they learn language, yeah, why they learn English, instead of only what to learn. Yeah, if they know why they're learning, then it tends to enhance more their intrinsic motivation. So as English teachers, it is part of our duty as well to make students aware why they learn English, not only university context, in senior high school context, then it is important. And then here we've got two key concepts of learner autonomy, which are independence and interdependence. I think the pictures could illustrate that learner autonomy is not merely dealing with students studying alone, yeah, isolated somewhere, separated from others, but it does involve that. Yeah. When students are independent, then they could independently learn the language with the available or with the existing resources they could get. But don't forget that it involves interdependence as well. That especially when we talk about English, as a means to communicate ideas, communicate feelings, thoughts, then it deals with interaction. Yeah. So it involves social aspects. So learner autonomy doesn't mean learning isolatedly, but it involves learning with others as well. And then we've got also the proactive autonomy and reactive autonomy. Yeah. Why then educational institutions got their curriculum with it? Yeah. Because the curriculum is designed with regards to needs analysis that are conducted preceding that curriculum design. Then the problem is, I don't want to say that as problems. Yeah, when we design a particular learning, then it is designed to achieve particular objectives. Then the objectives are formulated based on the students' needs. The thing is that not all students know what they need. Yeah, and then we cannot offer absolute freedom for them, to determine their own learning goals. That's why curriculum is there, including English curriculum. Yeah, so we know this as the term of reactive autonomy. When we talk about reactive autonomy, then the goals of learning are there already, are prescribed in the curriculum. And then the students and teacher work on the ways to achieve those goals, adjust that to the students situations, students real context, in order to achieve those goals. While proactive autonomy is actually the autonomy in what is initiated in Western context when students are given what freedom from the earlier stage, which is in what is it, regulating the objectives of their learning, but it doesn't work in most contexts in which education is institutionalized. Yeah, we cannot run education without any guidance, without any curriculum, because that is the way the education is what is it, organized. Then opportunities to promote learner autonomy in the era of society 5.0. Yeah, now in Indonesian context, it's good that we could hear perspectives from Philippines context just now. Yeah, and that is really enriching our perspectives of English education in different contexts. Yeah. In Indonesia, we've got curriculum which is supportive actually to the implementation of that. Yeah, we've got Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka, Merdeka curriculum, and with all the concept that could be in line with the promotion of learner autonomy. Then availability of advanced technology, yeah, it's been highlighted. Then possibility of involving students in the decision makings of learning activities. Yeah. As I mentioned before, even in institutionalized learning, that of which the objectives or the goals, yeah, as the top component of curriculum are prescribed already by the curriculum designer, then the teachers and students could play roles in be creative with the strategies, with the materials to achieve the goals. Yeah. So this is the creativity or the space for teacher and students to play roles. And here we've got some practices associated with the promotion of learner autonomy. Yeah, we've got technology-based approaches which are very relevant with our discussion today, which are encouraged. Yeah. As technology exists, then teachers should make use of that, yeah, because technology is created to make our life easier, yeah, isn't it? Then we need to be part of those who make use of that. Yeah? And then learner-based approaches deals with enhancements of students' capacity to promote learner autonomy. And then classroom-based approaches, curriculum-based approaches, teacher-based approaches, and resource-based approaches. Among these different strategies or practices of promoting learner autonomy, I'd like to highlight the two of them, which are technology-based approaches, which emphasize independent interaction with education technology, and teacher-based approaches, yeah, which emphasizes the role of the teacher and teacher education in the practice of fostering autonomy among learners. So yeah, we could see how then it is important for teachers to be technology literate in order for them to be able to maximize the benefits of technology in making learning easier and more effective for the students. Yeah, not only easier, but making it more effective for the students. Then with all the online resources and online learning mode that we can work on, then I'd like to kind of remind the teacher's role in online learning. Yeah, that technology doesn't replace humans as a teacher. That doesn't replace teachers' roles or existence. Yeah, Mr. Sakule, pointed out this as well. Yeah, that no single technology is going to replace teachers' roles. Yeah, and then the teacher's roles could be the process facilitator. Yeah, to facilitate the range of online activities, yeah, that are supportive of students' learning. Yeah. It is in contrast with content facilitator. So first, the process facilitator, and then the advisor counselor, which is to work with learners on an individual or private basis, yeah, offering advice or counseling to help them get the most out of their engagement in a course. Yeah. It's in contrast with process facilitation, which is mainly, if not exclusively, done in the group of or public setting. And then the assessor, yeah, to provide grades, feedback, and validation of learners' work. Here, so technology doesn't mean it, what is it, makes the teachers not work in terms of giving feedback. Yeah. Even in some context, moving into online mode could give teachers more extra work, yeah, to play different roles, as you can see here. Beside that, then teacher could become researcher as well, yeah, to engage in production of new knowledge, yeah, of relevance to the content areas being taught. I think it is open to what is it to be researched, yeah, dealing with the teachers' roles in online learning mode. That what is it, as English education enthusiasts, then we need to be aware of that. Even the application or the implementation of new technology tools that was just shared previously, like ChatGPT, and then it is very interesting topic to explore, yeah, the impact of that to the students, for example, and then the shortcomings. But still, I'm sure, yeah, technology always has got two sides, yeah, benefits and what is it, disadvantages. Then how a teacher could then minimize the advantages, yeah, could then facilitate the learning process so that students are not spoiled by the technology, but they could make use of that technology for the benefits of their learning. Do I still have time? Just remind me. If okay.
2 minutes remaining, Bapak.
All right. Okay. Then teachers' roles in online learning. Yes, the content facilitator. Yeah, I don't need to explain further for that. The designer, which is to design worthwhile online learning tasks, and the manager administrator. That is another what is the role that could not be ignored. Yeah, as teachers becoming the manager administrator as well. And sometimes it is what is it, time consuming and energy consuming. But again, this is part of the teacher's responsibility. Then I think the discussion of what is it, the pandemic era that just passed, then we need to take it as the what is it, the stage in which the acceleration of technology implementation becomes more rapidly or becomes faster. Then teachers, whether like it or not, are what is it, and then getting used to making what use of technology. We can see the phenomena here before, during, and after the pandemic. Yeah, actually, there are a lot of things that actually are not extremely changing. Yeah, it just gives more emphasis on that. Like before pandemic, we've got face-to-face, online, and blended, with of course less intensity of that. During the pandemic, then we know the term of emergency remote teaching. Yeah, emergency remote teaching. The emergency is the key term here, but it accelerates the transformation of the technology implementation. Yeah, and after pandemic, we still have face-to-face, online, and blended. So actually, there is no really new things about that phenomena, but the first experience of teaching with digital technologies as part of emergency remote teaching can gradually give place to a more harmonious integration of physical and digital tools and methods for the sake of more active, flexible, and meaningful learning. Yeah, that is what is it, the key for this meaningful learning. I think the teachers in blended learning, it's got a lot in common with online learning. Blend regulated activities with this with flexible ones. Yeah, foster peer interaction and peer support. Yeah, so this is the space that could be advantage of that. And then allow personalization of curriculum, provide scaffolding to foster autonomy. And here it comes to the conclusion. Yeah, I hope yeah, it gives like what is it, perspective that we need to take into account when it comes to the presence of Society 5.0 era. Educators from all grades and contexts experience the necessity of rethinking their roles, the ways of supporting the students' learning tasks, and the image of students as self-organizing learners, active citizens, and autonomous social agents. And then, although technology is at the core of what English class has to offer, the value of interpersonal relationships in learning English lies at the heart of the experience. Feedback from peers and teachers reinforces the fact that face-to-face sessions are valuable. Okay, I think that's all. I hope this gives a perspective for you all. Thank you. I give time back to Miss Simi.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Silly. Yeah, actually, education, the numbers 5.0 belongs to Generation Z, and most of our participants, I believe, are Generation Z. Am I right? Yeah, education 5.0 is actually the result of the concept of 4.0, yeah, Pak. And then, yeah, like you said before, and also Mr. Sekilius said before that this engages the learners to be autonomous, like it or not, it have to be switch the students into autonomous learners. And since 5.0 really promotes us to use sophisticated digital devices, but it doesn't mean that our life is fully controlled by all of them, because we need to convince ourselves that our sophisticated devices are the things that make our life easier, not to control our life, like Pak Silly said before. All right, what an interesting topic to be discussed. Again, I will give opportunities to the participants. To those who would like to ask Pak Silly, I will give you 10 minutes. Okay. We have Sumarni in here. Sumarni. All right, time and screen are yours.
Okay, thank you so much for the second chance that given to me, Miss Iwi. And thank you so much. I would like to thank to Mr. Silly Warni for the presentation. Nice presentation, of course. Okay, talking about the English role in society 5.0, of course, it also refers to the role of the teachers, of course. Okay, so my question is what the teacher should do, okay, to be effective teacher in digital era, especially to improve the skill of the 21st century students. Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, interesting question, Pak. Are you going to answer it directly or just wait for another question?
I think it's better to answer directly. Okay, thank you, Bu Sumarni. Very, what is it? I would say factual and what is it? Realistic and also interesting questions dealing with the effective way to teach students English. Yeah. Of course, there are a number of answers to address these questions, but I tried to look at that from the perspective of the concept that I just mentioned. That actually, when we talk about the effectiveness of English learning, a number of research has revealed or showed that intrinsic motivation plays a very important role in that. Yeah, if we could work on students' motivation, which is intrinsic, then I think 90% of teachers, what is it? Responsibility is solved already. Yeah, but the thing is, not all students learn English starting from intrinsic motivation. Probably most of them start from extrinsic motivation because it is there in the curriculum. Yeah, especially teaching English in high school context, when they don't actually choose that. They don't actually choose English as the subject, and that they want to learn, but it is in the curriculum. Then how could those intrinsic motivation be, let's say, transformed into more self-integrated one. I don't say too intrinsic one because it will not work this way. We cannot shift extrinsic into intrinsic, but at least we could help them to make it self-integrated. Then there are at least three ways that we could work on. Yeah, it deals with what is it? Satisfaction. Yeah, it deals with satisfaction, and then second one is interest, and then the autonomy itself. The satisfaction is this: no matter how low, for example, the students' level of English are when they start English, then we need to make sure that they feel kind of satisfaction in the process of learning. So, for example, after 2 hours learning English with Ibu Sumarni, they could enhance their speaking skills to say thank you properly in the right context. Yeah. Probably along his life, he never said thank you in English. But with Bu Sumarni, then he could confidently say, thank you, Miss Sumarni. Or responding to thank you. When you say thank you, that he said, no problem, Miss. This kind of feeling satisfied. Oh, I can do that. I can speak English, even only to say thank you. It's not easy for many students, yeah, especially in different contexts. We don't talk about Jakarta. We could talk about all. Don't talk only about Jakarta. We talk about our places in Indonesia. And then the second one is interest. Yeah. When we talk about students' interest, it deals with personalizing the learning, including the process and also the materials. How could we personalize the materials then? We need to help students understand their personal objectives of learning. Yeah. Say, for example, Bu Sumarni teaches 11th grade of junior high school with 20 students in one class. And those 20 students have 20 different levels of English. Yeah, and then and the curriculum, it stated that the learning English has got particular goals in that level. You cannot, what is uniformize? You cannot generalize the process of learning because students have got different starting points. Then how could you make or help students understand their level now, and then the targeted level, and then building awareness of how much effort they need to make? Yeah. This is the process of personalizing the learning. Then it will lead to the materials that they need. Yeah. Student A might need only a page of materials to reach their target, but student B might need 10 pages of materials to reach the target. Of course, the consequences with the process of learning itself. Student A might need only 2 hours to master the skills, but student B needs 5 days and night, yeah, to achieve the target. Yeah, this is the thing that a teacher should be aware. But don't forget that students have 24 hours a day, and technology should be there. Teachers should give students understanding that, oh, they have open access to the resources that they can learn themselves. Yeah. Does it answer your question, bro? Probably, yeah. There are some other different answers as well for that. Gitu.
How was it, Ibu Sumarni?
Okay, thank you so much for the answer, Mr. Silly. Maybe I can get a point for your response just now that, yeah, to be effective teacher, of course, we need to be master the 4 competencies as a good teacher: pedagogical, social, personality, and professional competencies. Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, encouraging our students' intrinsic motivation is always challenging for every teacher in this world. Okay, sorry, it's already 10:45, yeah, as scheduled. But actually, it's supposed to be the session of Pak Silis. So, yeah, and we are going to continue our session by taking a photo session, Bapak. Yeah. Tiara, would you please help us to what is it, to take a picture? And I hope everyone to turn on your camera so we can capture your beautiful faces and handsome faces. All right. Okay, another slide. 1, 2, 3, another slide. Okay. Another slide. All right. Is it enough, Tiara?
Yes, Miss Ina.
Okay. Again, thank you very much, Pak Silihwarni.
Thank you, everyone. Yeah.
Your inspiration. And yeah, before we end the session, I would also like to give you the certificate from the committee. Tiara maybe wants to help me to share.
Yes, Miss, wait a minute.
The virtual certificate. Okay, here is the certificate, Bapak. Thank you very much again for being the presenter for this occasion. Okay, that will do. Thank you, Tiara.
Yes.
All right. Before I give the time to the MC, I would like to thank you again very much for our great speakers for addressing these very outstanding topics. On behalf of the committee, we would like to present you a lot of appreciation and thank you for joining us today. Wish you great prosperity and good health. Now let me return the time and screen to the MC. Tiara, time and screen are yours.
Okay, thank you to Ms. Fidania Tiarsiwi MPD as the moderator who has guided the material presentation on International Webinar and Undergraduates Paper 2023 today. And the next agenda is to give the certificate from the Mistress of Ceremony to the moderator, Ms. Fidania Tiarsiwi MPD. To the committee, please share the certificate.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Miss.
See you later on another great occasion.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time, Miss, for being a moderator in this event. And the next agenda is a documentation, and all the participants are expected to turn on their camera. Okay, let's take a picture. 1, 2, 3. Next. 1, 2, 3. Next. 1, 2, 3. Okay, enough. Thank you for all the keynote speakers for their insightful and excellent presentation. And now for the next agenda is coffee break. All the participants may leave the Zoom to pray and have a coffee break. And reminder that all the webinar participants are required to be back at 1 p.m. for watching the parallel session. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Pada era globalisasi saat ini, perkembangan dan kemajuan peradaban kehidupan menjadi semakin pesat, mulai dari ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, hingga pada bidang ekonomi dan bisnis. Sehingga diperlukan sumber daya manusia yang berkualitas dan berintegritas, yang menjadikan bahasa Inggris sangat diperlukan oleh generasi muda agar mampu bersaing di kancah internasional. Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka memiliki tugas dan tanggung jawab dalam pembentukan pendidik yang handal, kompetitif, berwawasan global, dan memiliki kecerdasan spiritual, intelektual, emosional, dan sosial, serta terampil dalam mengembangkan iptek untuk mewujudkan cita-cita bangsa. Berdiri sejak 20 Mei 1997, program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris berlokasi di kampus FKIP UHAMKA, Jalan Tanah Merdeka, Kampung Rambutan, Jakarta Timur. Tujuan program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris FKIP UHAMKA adalah menghasilkan tenaga pendidik bahasa Inggris yang islami, bertakwa, memiliki keunggulan kecerdasan spiritual, intelektual, dan emosional. Menghasilkan tenaga pendidik yang memiliki kompetensi dalam ilmu pendidikan bahasa Inggris, serta menghasilkan lulusan yang memiliki keterampilan membuat dan melaksanakan desain, strategi, metode, model-model pembelajaran, dan evaluasi pembelajaran bahasa Inggris. Menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan pengajaran berbasis iptek dengan menggelar berbagai kegiatan akademik seperti seminar, workshop, studi ekskursi, kuliah lapangan, dan berbagai lomba inovasi lainnya. Kedua, melaksanakan kegiatan penelitian yang berorientasi pada pengayaan materi dan inovasi pembelajaran bahasa Inggris. Dosen pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA juga memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk melakukan kolaborasi riset dalam bidang pendidikan, inovasi, media pembelajaran, dan riset terapan lainnya. Dalam mewujudkan proses pembelajaran yang nyaman, efektif, dan kondusif, pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA telah memiliki smart classroom yang representatif dan modern. Setiap ruang kelas telah dilengkapi dengan smartboard multifungsi, air conditioner, jaringan internet nirkabel, dan LCD. Pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA memiliki ruang SAC atau Self Access Learning Center sebagai sarana penunjang proses pembelajaran modern dengan segala fasilitas yang mumpuni. Sarana dan prasarana penunjang kegiatan akademik dan non-akademik lainnya antara lain ruang dosen yang dilengkapi ruang rapat dan bimbingan akademis, ruang diskusi untuk mahasiswa, geraha mahasiswa untuk organisasi kemahasiswaan, rusunawa atau asrama mahasiswa sebagai tempat pembinaan kader persyarikatan, Masjid Darul Ulum untuk sarana beribadah dan keagamaan, Poliklinik UHAMKA, gedung olahraga, dan tempat parkir kendaraan yang luas. Program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris memiliki organisasi kemahasiswaan, yaitu English Student Association UHAMKA dan English Debate Society yang bertujuan sebagai wadah untuk mengembangkan potensi mahasiswa sesuai minat dan bakat, serta membantu mencapai tujuan program studi dan perguruan tinggi. Pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA memiliki program Student Exchange yang bekerja sama dengan Sofia University Bulgaria dan program C-Teacher yang bekerja sama dengan universitas ternama di Thailand. Program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA merupakan tempat yang tepat bagi generasi muda untuk mengembangkan kompetensi dan menjadi pendidik bangsa masa depan.
Assalamualaikum guys, my name is Aditya Dwi Pangestu.
I am Yudhiska Ramadhanti.
We are both English Education Department students of UHAMKA.
Now, I'm studying in English Education Department. Frankly, I get many experiences and advantages.
I can improve my English skills such as reading, writing, listening, and speaking.
With adequate facilities, amazing lecturers, and amazing prospects, I believe that English Education Department is the right choice.
So, join us now for Best Teacher in English Education Department of UHAMKA.
Program studi bahasa Inggris berdiri sejak tahun 1957 ketika masih bernama PTPG. PTPG kepanjangannya Perguruan Tinggi Pendidikan Guru. 2 tahun kemudian PTPG itu berubah menjadi IKIP Muhammadiyah Jakarta. Jadi program studi bahasa Inggris di bawah Fakultas Keguruan Sastra dan Seni IKIP Muhammadiyah Jakarta. Sejalan dengan perkembangan zaman, sejak tahun 1907, IKIP Muhammadiyah Jakarta berubah menjadi Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka. Prodi Bahasa Inggris ada di Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka. Program studi Bahasa Inggris sebagai salah satu program studi yang berperan aktif dalam mencetak generasi pendidik profesional sesuai visi dan misi program studi. Program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris FKIP UHAMKA memiliki tugas dan tanggung jawab dalam pembentukan pendidik yang handal, kompetitif, berwawasan global, serta terampil dalam mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Mari bergabung bersama kami demi kemajuan bersama. Think big and act now. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Pada era globalisasi saat ini, perkembangan dan kemajuan peradaban kehidupan menjadi semakin pesat, mulai dari ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, hingga pada bidang ekonomi dan bisnis. Sehingga diperlukan sumber daya manusia yang berkualitas dan berintegritas, yang menjadikan bahasa Inggris sangat diperlukan oleh generasi muda agar mampu bersaing di kancah internasional. Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka memiliki tugas dan tanggung jawab dalam pembentukan pendidik yang handal, kompetitif, berwawasan global, dan memiliki kecerdasan spiritual, intelektual, emosional, dan sosial, serta terampil dalam mengembangkan iptek untuk mewujudkan cita-cita bangsa. Berdiri sejak 20 Mei 1997, Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris berlokasi di kampus FKIP UHAMKA, Jalan Tanah Merdeka, Kampung Rambutan, Jakarta Timur. Tujuan program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris FKIP UHAMKA adalah menghasilkan tenaga pendidik bahasa Inggris yang islami, bertakwa, memiliki keunggulan kecerdasan spiritual, intelektual, dan emosional. Menghasilkan tenaga pendidik yang memiliki kompetensi dalam ilmu pendidikan bahasa Inggris, serta menghasilkan lulusan yang memiliki keterampilan membuat dan melaksanakan desain, strategi, metode, model-model pembelajaran dan evaluasi pembelajaran bahasa Inggris. Menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan pengajaran berbasis iptek dengan menggelar berbagai kegiatan akademik seperti seminar, workshop, studi ekskursi, kuliah lapangan, dan berbagai lomba inovasi lainnya. Kedua, melaksanakan kegiatan penelitian yang berorientasi pada pengayaan materi dan inovasi pembelajaran bahasa Inggris. Dosen pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA juga memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk melakukan kolaborasi riset dalam bidang pendidikan, inovasi, media pembelajaran, dan riset terapan lainnya. Dalam mewujudkan proses pembelajaran yang nyaman, efektif, dan kondusif, pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA telah memiliki smart classroom yang representatif dan modern. Setiap ruang kelas telah dilengkapi dengan smart
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. English Education Department is one of the best department in FKIP UHAMKA. Lots of people think that to be a professional English educator is such difficult things to do. In this Islamic University of Muhammadiyah will be your best solution. We have qualified lecturers and also supported by the good facilities in order to create a spiritual, a trusty, a qualified and a professional English educator in the future. So if you want to be a professional English educator in the future, just come and join with us in English Education of FKIP UHAMKA. Bangga bersama FKIP UHAMKA. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Pada era globalisasi saat ini, perkembangan dan kemajuan peradaban kehidupan menjadi semakin pesat. Mulai dari ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, hingga pada bidang ekonomi dan bisnis. Sehingga diperlukan sumber daya manusia yang berkualitas dan berintegritas, yang menjadikan bahasa Inggris sangat diperlukan oleh generasi muda agar mampu bersaing di kancah internasional. Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka memiliki tugas dan tanggung jawab dalam pembentukan pendidik yang handal, kompetitif, berwawasan global, dan memiliki kecerdasan spiritual, intelektual, emosional, dan sosial, serta terampil dalam mengembangkan iptek untuk mewujudkan cita-cita bangsa. Berdiri sejak 20 Mei 1997, Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris berlokasi di kampus FKIP UHAMKA, Jalan Tanah Merdeka, Kampung Rambutan, Jakarta Timur. Tujuan program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris FKIP UHAMKA adalah menghasilkan tenaga pendidik bahasa Inggris yang islami, bertakwa, memiliki keunggulan kecerdasan spiritual, intelektual, dan emosional. Menghasilkan tenaga pendidik yang memiliki kompetensi dalam ilmu pendidikan bahasa Inggris, serta menghasilkan lulusan yang memiliki keterampilan membuat dan melaksanakan desain, strategi, metode, model-model pembelajaran dan evaluasi pembelajaran bahasa Inggris. Menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan pengajaran berbasis iptek dengan menggelar berbagai kegiatan akademik seperti seminar, workshop, studi ekskursi, kuliah lapangan, dan berbagai lomba inovasi lainnya. Kedua, melaksanakan kegiatan penelitian yang berorientasi pada pengayaan materi dan inovasi pembelajaran bahasa Inggris. Dosen pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA juga memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk melakukan kolaborasi riset dalam bidang pendidikan, inovasi, media pembelajaran, dan riset terapan lainnya. Dalam mewujudkan proses pembelajaran yang nyaman, efektif, dan kondusif, pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA telah memiliki smart classroom yang representatif dan modern. Setiap ruang kelas telah dilengkapi dengan smartboard multifungsi, air conditioner, jaringan internet nirkabel, dan LCD. Pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA memiliki ruang SAC atau Self Access Learning Center sebagai sarana penunjang proses pembelajaran modern dengan segala fasilitas yang mumpuni. Sarana dan prasarana penunjang kegiatan akademik dan non-akademik lainnya antara lain ruang dosen yang dilengkapi ruang rapat dan bimbingan akademis, ruang diskusi untuk mahasiswa, geraha mahasiswa untuk organisasi kemahasiswaan, rusunawa atau asrama mahasiswa sebagai tempat pembinaan kader persyarikatan, Masjid Darul Ulum untuk sarana beribadah dan keagamaan, Poliklinik UHAMKA, gedung olahraga, dan tempat parkir kendaraan yang luas. Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris memiliki organisasi kemahasiswaan, yaitu English Student Association UHAMKA dan English Debate Society yang bertujuan sebagai wadah untuk mengembangkan potensi mahasiswa sesuai minat dan bakat, serta membantu mencapai tujuan program studi dan perguruan tinggi. Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris UHAMKA memiliki program Student Exchange yang bekerja sama dengan Sofia University Bulgaria dan program Sea Teacher yang bekerja sama dengan universitas ternama di Thailand. Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris UHAMKA merupakan tempat yang tepat bagi generasi muda untuk mengembangkan kompetensi dan menjadi pendidik bangsa masa depan.
Assalamualaikum guys, my name is Aditya Dwi Pangestu.
I am Yudhiska Ramadhani.
We are both English Education Department students of UHAMKA.
Now, I'm studying in English Education Department. Frankly, I get many experiences and advantages.
I can improve my English skills such as reading, writing, listening, and speaking.
With adequate facilities, amazing lecturers, and amazing prospects, I believe that English Education Department is the right choice.
So, join us now for Best Teacher in English Education Department of UHAMKA.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Program studi bahasa Inggris berdiri sejak tahun 1957 ketika masih bernama PTPG. PTPG kepanjangannya Perguruan Tinggi Pendidikan Guru. 2 tahun kemudian PTPG itu berubah menjadi IKIP Muhammadiyah Jakarta. Jadi program studi bahasa Inggris di bawah Fakultas Keguruan Sastra dan Seni IKIP Muhammadiyah Jakarta. Sejalan dengan perkembangan zaman, sejak tahun 1907, IKIP Muhammadiyah Jakarta berubah menjadi Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka. Prodi Bahasa Inggris ada di Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka. Program studi bahasa Inggris sebagai salah satu program studi yang berperan aktif dalam mencetak generasi pendidik profesional sesuai visi dan misi program studi. Program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris FKIP UHAMKA memiliki tugas dan tanggung jawab dalam pembentukan pendidik yang handal, kompetitif, berwawasan global, serta terampil dalam mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Mari bergabung bersama kami demi kemajuan bersama. Think big and act now. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. English Education Department is one of the best department in FKIP UHAMKA. Lots of people think that to be a professional English educator is such difficult things to do. In this Islamic University of Muhammadiyah will be your best solution. We have qualified lecturers and also supported by the good facilities in order to create a spiritual, a trusty, a qualified and a professional English educator in the future. So if you want to be a professional English educator in the future, just come and join with us in English Education of FKIP UHAMKA. Bangga bersama FKIP UHAMKA. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Pada era globalisasi saat ini, perkembangan dan kemajuan peradaban kehidupan menjadi semakin pesat. Mulai dari ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, hingga pada bidang ekonomi dan bisnis. Sehingga diperlukan sumber daya manusia yang berkualitas dan berintegritas, yang menjadikan bahasa Inggris sangat diperlukan oleh generasi muda agar mampu bersaing di kancah internasional. Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka memiliki tugas dan tanggung jawab dalam pembentukan pendidik yang handal, kompetitif, berwawasan global, dan memiliki kecerdasan spiritual, intelektual, emosional, dan sosial, serta terampil dalam mengembangkan iptek untuk mewujudkan cita-cita bangsa. Berdiri sejak 20 Mei 1997, program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris berlokasi di kampus FKIP UHAMKA, Jalan Tanah Merdeka, Kampung Rambutan, Jakarta Timur. Tujuan program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris FKIP UHAMKA adalah menghasilkan tenaga pendidik bahasa Inggris yang islami, bertakwa, memiliki keunggulan kecerdasan spiritual, intelektual, dan emosional. Menghasilkan tenaga pendidik yang memiliki kompetensi dalam ilmu pendidikan bahasa Inggris, serta menghasilkan lulusan yang memiliki keterampilan membuat dan melaksanakan desain, strategi, metode, model-model pembelajaran dan evaluasi pembelajaran bahasa Inggris. Menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan pengajaran berbasis iptek dengan menggelar berbagai kegiatan akademik seperti seminar, workshop, studi ekskursi, kuliah lapangan, dan berbagai lomba inovasi lainnya. Kedua, melaksanakan kegiatan penelitian yang berorientasi pada pengayaan materi dan inovasi pembelajaran bahasa Inggris. Dosen pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA juga memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk melakukan kolaborasi riset dalam bidang pendidikan, inovasi, media pembelajaran, dan riset terapan lainnya. Dalam mewujudkan proses pembelajaran yang nyaman, efektif, dan kondusif, pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA telah memiliki smart classroom yang representatif dan modern. Setiap ruang kelas telah dilengkapi dengan smartboard multifungsi, air conditioner, jaringan internet nirkabel, dan LCD. Pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA memiliki ruang SAC atau Self Access Learning Center sebagai sarana penunjang proses pembelajaran modern dengan segala fasilitas yang mumpuni. Sarana dan prasarana penunjang kegiatan akademik dan non-akademik lainnya antara lain ruang dosen yang dilengkapi ruang rapat dan bimbingan akademis, ruang diskusi untuk mahasiswa, geraha mahasiswa untuk organisasi kemahasiswaan, rusunawa atau asrama mahasiswa sebagai tempat pembinaan kader persyarikatan, Masjid Darul Ulum untuk sarana beribadah dan keagamaan, Poliklinik UHAMKA, gedung olahraga, dan tempat parkir kendaraan yang luas. Program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris memiliki organisasi kemahasiswaan, yaitu English Student Association UHAMKA dan English Debate Society yang bertujuan sebagai wadah untuk mengembangkan potensi mahasiswa sesuai minat dan bakat, serta membantu mencapai tujuan program studi dan perguruan tinggi. Pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA memiliki program Student Exchange yang bekerja sama dengan Sofia University Bulgaria dan program C-Teacher yang bekerja sama dengan universitas ternama di Thailand. Program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA merupakan tempat yang tepat bagi generasi muda untuk mengembangkan kompetensi dan menjadi pendidik bangsa masa depan.
Assalamualaikum guys, my name is Aditya Dwi Pangestu.
I am Yudhiska Ramadhanti.
We are both English Education Department students of UHAMKA.
Now, I'm studying in English Education Department. Frankly, I get many experiences and advantages.
I can improve my English skills such as reading, writing, listening, and speaking.
With adequate facilities, amazing lecturers, and amazing prospects, I believe that English Education Department is the right choice.
So, join us now for Best Teacher in English Education Department of UHAMKA.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Program studi bahasa Inggris berdiri sejak tahun 1957 ketika masih bernama PTPG. PTPG kepanjangannya Perguruan Tinggi Pendidikan Guru. 2 tahun kemudian PTPG itu berubah menjadi IKIP Muhammadiyah Jakarta. Jadi program studi bahasa Inggris di bawah Fakultas Keguruan Sastra dan Seni IKIP Muhammadiyah Jakarta. Sejalan dengan perkembangan zaman, sejak tahun 1907 IKIP Muhammadiyah Jakarta berubah menjadi Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka. Prodi Bahasa Inggris ada di Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Pemerintahan Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka. Program studi bahasa Inggris sebagai salah satu program studi yang berperan aktif dalam mencetak generasi pendidik profesional sesuai visi dan misi program studi. Program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris FKIP UHAMKA memiliki tugas dan tanggung jawab dalam pembentukan pendidik yang handal, kompetitif, berwawasan global, serta terampil dalam mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Mari bergabung bersama kami demi kemajuan bersama. Think big and act now. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. English Education Department is one of the best department in FKIP UHAMKA. Lots of people think that to be a professional English educator is such difficult things to do. In this Islamic University of Muhammadiyah will be your best solution. We have qualified lecturers and also supported by the good facilities in order to create a spiritual, a trusty, a qualified and a professional English educator in the future. So if you want to be a professional English educator in the future, just come and join with us in English Education of FKIP UHAMKA. Bangga bersama FKIP UHAMKA. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Pada era globalisasi saat ini, perkembangan dan kemajuan peradaban kehidupan menjadi semakin pesat, mulai dari ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, hingga pada bidang ekonomi dan bisnis. Sehingga diperlukan sumber daya manusia yang berkualitas dan berintegritas, yang menjadikan bahasa Inggris sangat diperlukan oleh generasi muda agar mampu bersaing di kancah internasional. Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka memiliki tugas dan tanggung jawab dalam pembentukan pendidik yang handal, kompetitif, berwawasan global, dan memiliki kecerdasan spiritual, intelektual, emosional, dan sosial, serta terampil dalam mengembangkan iptek untuk mewujudkan cita-cita bangsa. Berdiri sejak 20 Mei 1997, Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris berlokasi di kampus FKIP UHAMKA, Jalan Tanah Merdeka, Kampung Rambutan, Jakarta Timur. Tujuan program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris FKIP UHAMKA adalah menghasilkan tenaga pendidik bahasa Inggris yang islami, bertakwa, memiliki keunggulan kecerdasan spiritual, intelektual, dan emosional. Menghasilkan tenaga pendidik yang memiliki kompetensi dalam ilmu pendidikan bahasa Inggris, serta menghasilkan lulusan yang memiliki keterampilan membuat dan melaksanakan desain, strategi, metode, model-model pembelajaran dan evaluasi pembelajaran bahasa Inggris. Menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan pengajaran berbasis iptek dengan menggelar berbagai kegiatan akademik seperti seminar, workshop, studi ekskursi, kuliah lapangan, dan berbagai lomba inovasi lainnya. Kedua, melaksanakan kegiatan penelitian yang berorientasi pada pengayaan materi dan inovasi pembelajaran bahasa Inggris. Dosen pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA juga memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk melakukan kolaborasi riset dalam bidang pendidikan, inovasi, media pembelajaran, dan riset terapan lainnya. Dalam mewujudkan proses pembelajaran yang nyaman, efektif, dan kondusif, pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA telah memiliki smart classroom yang representatif dan modern. Setiap ruang kelas telah dilengkapi dengan smartboard multifungsi, air conditioner, jaringan internet nirkabel, dan LCD. Pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA memiliki ruang SAC atau Self Access Learning Center sebagai sarana penunjang proses pembelajaran modern dengan segala fasilitas yang mumpuni. Sarana dan prasarana penunjang kegiatan akademik dan non-akademik lainnya antara lain ruang dosen yang dilengkapi ruang rapat dan bimbingan akademis, ruang diskusi untuk mahasiswa, geraha mahasiswa untuk organisasi kemahasiswaan, rusunawa atau asrama mahasiswa sebagai tempat pembinaan kader persyarikatan, Masjid Darul Ulum untuk sarana beribadah dan keagamaan, Poliklinik UHAMKA, gedung olahraga, dan tempat parkir kendaraan yang luas. Program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris memiliki organisasi kemahasiswaan, yaitu English Student Association UHAMKA dan English Debate Society yang bertujuan sebagai wadah untuk mengembangkan potensi mahasiswa sesuai minat dan bakat, serta membantu mencapai tujuan program studi dan perguruan tinggi. Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris UHAMKA memiliki program Student Exchange yang bekerja sama dengan Sofia University Bulgaria dan program Sea Teacher yang bekerja sama dengan universitas ternama di Thailand. Program studi pendidikan Bahasa Inggris UHAMKA merupakan tempat yang tepat bagi generasi muda untuk mengembangkan kompetensi dan menjadi pendidik bangsa masa depan.
Assalamualaikum guys, my name is Aditya Dwi Pangestu.
I am Yudiska Ramadaki.
We are both English Education Department students of UHAMKA.
Now, I'm studying in English Education Department. Frankly, I get many experiences and advantages.
I can improve my English skills such as reading, writing, listening, and speaking.
With adequate facilities, amazing lecturers, and amazing prospects, I believe that English Education Department is the right choice.
So, join us now for Best Teacher in English Education Department of UHAMKA.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Program studi bahasa Inggris berdiri sejak tahun 1957 ketika masih bernama PTPG. PTPG kepanjangannya Perguruan Tinggi Pendidikan Tinggi. 2 tahun kemudian PTPG itu berubah menjadi IKIP Muhammadiyah Jakarta. Jadi program studi bahasa Inggris di bawah Fakultas Keguruan Sastra dan Seni IKIP Muhammadiyah Jakarta. Sejalan dengan perkembangan zaman, sejak tahun 1907 IKIP Muhammadiyah Jakarta berubah menjadi Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka. Prodi Bahasa Inggris ada di Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka. Program studi Bahasa Inggris sebagai salah satu program studi yang berperan aktif dalam mencetak generasi pendidik profesional sesuai visi dan misi program studi. Program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris FKIP UHAMKA memiliki tugas dan tanggung jawab dalam pembentukan pendidik yang handal, kompetitif, berwawasan global, serta terampil dalam mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Mari bergabung bersama kami demi kemajuan bersama. Think big and act now. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. English Education Department is one of the best department in FKIP UHAMKA. Lots of people think that to be a professional English educator is such difficult things to do. In this Islamic University of Muhammadiyah will be your best solution. We have qualified lecturers and also supported by the good facilities in order to create a spiritual, a trusty, a qualified and a professional English educator in the future. So if you want to be a professional English educator in the future, just come and join with us in English Education of FKIP UHAMKA. Bangga bersama FKIP UHAMKA. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Pada era globalisasi saat ini, perkembangan dan kemajuan peradaban kehidupan menjadi semakin pesat, mulai dari ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, hingga pada bidang ekonomi dan bisnis. Sehingga diperlukan sumber daya manusia yang berkualitas dan berintegritas, yang menjadikan bahasa Inggris sangat diperlukan oleh generasi muda agar mampu bersaing di kancah internasional. Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka memiliki tugas dan tanggung jawab dalam pembentukan pendidik yang handal, kompetitif, berwawasan global, dan memiliki kecerdasan spiritual, intelektual, emosional, dan sosial, serta terampil dalam mengembangkan iptek untuk mewujudkan cita-cita bangsa. Berdiri sejak 20 Mei 1997, Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris berlokasi di kampus FKIP UHAMKA, Jalan Tanah Merdeka, Kampung Rambutan, Jakarta Timur. Tujuan program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris FKIP UHAMKA adalah menghasilkan tenaga pendidik bahasa Inggris yang islami, bertakwa, memiliki keunggulan kecerdasan spiritual, intelektual, dan emosional. Menghasilkan tenaga pendidik yang memiliki kompetensi dalam ilmu pendidikan bahasa Inggris, serta menghasilkan lulusan yang memiliki keterampilan membuat dan melaksanakan desain, strategi, metode, model-model pembelajaran dan evaluasi pembelajaran bahasa Inggris. Menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan pengajaran berbasis iptek dengan menggelar berbagai kegiatan akademik seperti seminar, workshop, studi ekskursi, kuliah lapangan, dan berbagai lomba inovasi lainnya. Kedua, melaksanakan kegiatan penelitian yang berorientasi pada pengayaan materi dan inovasi pembelajaran bahasa Inggris. Dosen pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA juga memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk melakukan kolaborasi riset dalam bidang pendidikan, inovasi, media pembelajaran, dan riset terapan lainnya. Dalam mewujudkan proses pembelajaran yang nyaman, efektif, dan kondusif, pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA telah memiliki smart classroom yang representatif dan modern. Setiap ruang kelas telah dilengkapi dengan smartboard multifungsi, air conditioner, jaringan internet nirkabel, dan LCD. Pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA memiliki ruang SAC atau Self Access Learning Center sebagai sarana penunjang proses pembelajaran modern dengan segala fasilitas yang mumpuni. Sarana dan prasarana penunjang kegiatan akademik dan non-akademik lainnya antara lain ruang dosen yang dilengkapi ruang rapat dan bimbingan akademis, ruang diskusi untuk mahasiswa, geraha mahasiswa untuk organisasi kemahasiswaan, rusunawa atau asrama mahasiswa sebagai tempat pembinaan kader persyarikatan, Masjid Darul Ulum untuk sarana beribadah dan keagamaan, Poliklinik UHAMKA, gedung olahraga, dan tempat parkir kendaraan yang luas. Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris memiliki organisasi kemahasiswaan, yaitu English Student Association UHAMKA dan English Debate Society yang bertujuan sebagai wadah untuk mengembangkan potensi mahasiswa sesuai minat dan bakat, serta membantu mencapai tujuan program studi dan perguruan tinggi. Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris UHAMKA memiliki program Student Exchange yang bekerja sama dengan Sofia University Bulgaria dan program C-Teacher yang bekerja sama dengan universitas ternama di Thailand. Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris UHAMKA merupakan tempat yang tepat bagi generasi muda untuk mengembangkan kompetensi dan menjadi pendidik bangsa masa depan.
Assalamualaikum guys, my name is Aditya Dwi Pangestu.
I am Yudiska Ramadanti.
We are both English Education Department students of UHAMKA.
Now, I'm studying in English Education Department. Frankly, I get many experiences and advantages.
I can improve my English skills such as reading, writing, listening, and speaking.
With adequate facilities, amazing lecturers, and amazing prospects, I believe that English Education Department is the right choice.
So, join us now for Best Teacher in English Education Department of UHAMKA.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Program studi bahasa Inggris berdiri sejak tahun 1957 ketika masih bernama PTPG. PTPG kepanjangannya Perguruan Tinggi Pendidikan Guru. 2 tahun kemudian PTPG itu berubah menjadi IKIP Muhammadiyah Jakarta. Jadi program studi bahasa Inggris di bawah Fakultas Keguruan Sastra dan Seni IKIP Muhammadiyah Jakarta. Sejalan dengan perkembangan zaman, sejak tahun 1907 IKIP Muhammadiyah Jakarta berubah menjadi Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka. Prodi Bahasa Inggris ada di Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka. Program studi Bahasa Inggris sebagai salah satu program studi yang berperan aktif dalam mencetak generasi pendidik profesional sesuai visi dan misi program studi. Program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris FKIP UHAMKA memiliki tugas dan tanggung jawab dalam pembentukan pendidik yang handal, kompetitif, berwawasan global, serta terampil dalam mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Mari bergabung bersama kami demi kemajuan bersama. Think big and act now. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. English Education Department is one of the best department in FKIP UHAMKA. Lots of people think that to be a professional English educator is such difficult things to do. In this Islamic University of Muhammadiyah will be your best solution. We have qualified lecturers and also supported by the good facilities in order to create a spiritual, a trusty, a qualified and a professional English educator in the future. So if you want to be a professional English educator in the future, just come and join with us in English Education of FKIP UHAMKA. Bangga bersama FKIP UHAMKA. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Pada era globalisasi saat ini, perkembangan dan kemajuan peradaban kehidupan menjadi semakin pesat, mulai dari ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, hingga pada bidang ekonomi dan bisnis. Sehingga diperlukan sumber daya manusia yang berkualitas dan berintegritas, yang menjadikan bahasa Inggris sangat diperlukan oleh generasi muda agar mampu bersaing di kancah internasional. Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka memiliki tugas dan tanggung jawab dalam pembentukan pendidik yang handal, kompetitif, berwawasan global, dan memiliki kecerdasan spiritual, intelektual, emosional, dan sosial, serta terampil dalam mengembangkan iptek untuk mewujudkan cita-cita bangsa. Berdiri sejak 20 Mei 1997, Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris berlokasi di kampus FKIP UHAMKA, Jalan Tanah Merdeka, Kampung Rambutan, Jakarta Timur. Tujuan program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris FKIP UHAMKA adalah menghasilkan tenaga pendidik bahasa Inggris yang islami, bertakwa, memiliki keunggulan kecerdasan spiritual, intelektual, dan emosional. Menghasilkan tenaga pendidik yang memiliki kompetensi dalam ilmu pendidikan bahasa Inggris, serta menghasilkan lulusan yang memiliki keterampilan membuat dan melaksanakan desain, strategi, metode, model-model pembelajaran dan evaluasi pembelajaran bahasa Inggris. Menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan pengajaran berbasis iptek dengan menggelar berbagai kegiatan akademik seperti seminar, workshop, studi ekskursi, kuliah lapangan, dan berbagai lomba inovasi lainnya. Kedua, melaksanakan kegiatan penelitian yang berorientasi pada pengayaan materi dan inovasi pembelajaran bahasa Inggris. Dosen pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA juga memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk melakukan kolaborasi riset dalam bidang pendidikan, inovasi, media pembelajaran, dan riset terapan lainnya. Dalam mewujudkan proses pembelajaran yang nyaman, efektif, dan kondusif, pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA telah memiliki smart classroom yang representatif dan modern. Setiap ruang kelas telah dilengkapi dengan smartboard multifungsi, air conditioner, jaringan internet nirkabel, dan LCD. Pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA memiliki ruang SAC atau Self Access Learning Center sebagai sarana penunjang proses pembelajaran modern dengan segala fasilitas yang mumpuni. Sarana dan prasarana penunjang kegiatan akademik dan non-akademik lainnya antara lain ruang dosen yang dilengkapi ruang rapat dan bimbingan akademis, ruang diskusi untuk mahasiswa, geraha mahasiswa untuk organisasi kemahasiswaan, rusunawa atau asrama mahasiswa sebagai tempat pembinaan kader persyarikatan, Masjid Darul Ulum untuk sarana beribadah dan keagamaan, Poliklinik UHAMKA, gedung olahraga, dan tempat parkir kendaraan yang luas. Program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris memiliki organisasi kemahasiswaan, yaitu English Student Association UHAMKA dan English Debate Society yang bertujuan sebagai wadah untuk mengembangkan potensi mahasiswa sesuai minat dan bakat, serta membantu mencapai tujuan program studi dan perguruan tinggi. Pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA memiliki program Student Exchange yang bekerja sama dengan Sofia University Bulgaria dan program Sea Teacher yang bekerja sama dengan universitas ternama di Thailand. Program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA merupakan tempat yang tepat bagi generasi muda untuk mengembangkan kompetensi dan menjadi pendidik bangsa masa depan.
Assalamualaikum guys, my name is Aditya Dwi Pangestu.
I am Yudiska Ramadhanti.
We are both English Education Department students of UHAMKA.
Now, I'm studying in English Education Department. Frankly, I get many experiences and advantages.
I can improve my English skills such as reading, writing, listening, and speaking.
With adequate facilities, amazing lecturers, and amazing prospects, I believe that English Education Department is the right choice.
So, join us now for Best Teacher in English Education Department of UHAMKA.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Program studi bahasa Inggris berdiri sejak tahun 1957 ketika masih bernama PTPG. PTPG kepanjangannya Perguruan Tinggi Pendidikan Guru. 2 tahun kemudian PTPG itu berubah menjadi IKIP Muhammadiyah Jakarta. Jadi program studi bahasa Inggris di bawah Fakultas Keguruan Sastra dan Seni IKIP Muhammadiyah Jakarta. Sejalan dengan perkembangan zaman, sejak tahun 1907, IKIP Muhammadiyah Jakarta berubah menjadi Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka. Prodi Bahasa Inggris ada di Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka. Program studi Bahasa Inggris sebagai salah satu program studi yang berperan aktif dalam mencetak generasi pendidik profesional sesuai visi dan misi program studi. Program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris FKIP UHAMKA memiliki tugas dan tanggung jawab dalam pembentukan pendidik yang handal, kompetitif, berwawasan global, serta terampil dalam mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Mari bergabung bersama kami demi kemajuan bersama. Think big and act now. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. English Education Department is one of the best department in FKIP UHAMKA. Lots of people think that to be a professional English educator is such difficult things to do. In this Islamic University of Muhammadiyah will be your best solution. We have qualified lecturers and also supported by the good facilities in order to create a spiritual, a trusty, a qualified and a professional English educator in the future. So if you want to be a professional English educator in the future, just come and join with us in English Education of FKIP UHAMKA. Bangga bersama FKIP UHAMKA. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Pada era globalisasi saat ini, perkembangan dan kemajuan peradaban kehidupan menjadi semakin pesat, mulai dari ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, hingga pada bidang ekonomi dan bisnis. Sehingga diperlukan sumber daya manusia yang berkualitas dan berintegritas, yang menjadikan bahasa Inggris sangat diperlukan oleh generasi muda agar mampu bersaing di kancah internasional. Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka memiliki tugas dan tanggung jawab dalam pembentukan pendidik yang handal, kompetitif, berwawasan global, dan memiliki kecerdasan spiritual, intelektual, emosional, dan sosial, serta terampil dalam mengembangkan iptek untuk mewujudkan cita-cita bangsa. Berdiri sejak 20 Mei 1997, Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris berlokasi di kampus FKIP UHAMKA, Jalan Tanah Merdeka, Kampung Rambutan, Jakarta Timur. Tujuan program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris FKIP UHAMKA adalah menghasilkan tenaga pendidik bahasa Inggris yang islami, bertakwa, memiliki keunggulan kecerdasan spiritual, intelektual, dan emosional. Menghasilkan tenaga pendidik yang memiliki kompetensi dalam ilmu pendidikan bahasa Inggris, serta menghasilkan lulusan yang memiliki keterampilan membuat dan melaksanakan desain, strategi, metode, model-model pembelajaran dan evaluasi pembelajaran bahasa Inggris. Menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan pengajaran berbasis iptek dengan menggelar berbagai kegiatan akademik seperti seminar, workshop, studi ekskursi, kuliah lapangan, dan berbagai lomba inovasi lainnya. Kedua, melaksanakan kegiatan penelitian yang berorientasi pada pengayaan materi dan inovasi pembelajaran bahasa Inggris. Dosen pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA juga memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk melakukan kolaborasi riset dalam bidang pendidikan, inovasi, media pembelajaran, dan riset terapan lainnya. Dalam mewujudkan proses pembelajaran yang nyaman, efektif, dan kondusif, pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA telah memiliki smart classroom yang representatif dan modern. Setiap ruang kelas telah dilengkapi dengan smartboard multifungsi, air conditioner, jaringan internet nirkabel, dan LCD. Pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA memiliki ruang SAC atau Self Access Learning Center sebagai sarana penunjang proses pembelajaran modern dengan segala fasilitas yang mumpuni. Sarana dan prasarana penunjang kegiatan akademik dan non-akademik lainnya antara lain ruang dosen yang dilengkapi ruang rapat dan bimbingan akademis, ruang diskusi untuk mahasiswa, geraha mahasiswa untuk organisasi kemahasiswaan, rusunawa atau asrama mahasiswa sebagai tempat pembinaan kader persyarikatan, Masjid Darul Ulum untuk sarana beribadah dan keagamaan, Poliklinik UHAMKA, gedung olahraga, dan tempat parkir kendaraan yang luas. Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris memiliki organisasi kemahasiswaan, yaitu English Student Association UHAMKA dan English Debate Society yang bertujuan sebagai wadah untuk mengembangkan potensi mahasiswa sesuai minat dan bakat, serta membantu mencapai tujuan program studi dan perguruan tinggi. Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris UHAMKA memiliki program Student Exchange yang bekerja sama dengan Sofia University Bulgaria dan program Sea Teacher yang bekerja sama dengan universitas ternama di Thailand. Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris UHAMKA merupakan tempat yang tepat bagi generasi muda untuk mengembangkan kompetensi dan menjadi pendidik bangsa masa depan.
Assalamualaikum guys, my name is Aditya Dwi Pangestu.
I am Yudhiska Ramadhanti.
We are both English Education Department students of UHAMKA.
Now, I'm studying in English Education Department. Frankly, I get many experiences and advantages.
I can improve my English skills such as reading, writing, listening, and speaking.
With adequate facilities, amazing lecturers, and amazing prospects, I believe that English Education Department is the right choice.
So, join us now for Best Teacher in English Education Department of UHAMKA.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Program studi bahasa Inggris berdiri sejak tahun 1957 ketika masih bernama PTPG. PTPG kepanjangannya Perguruan Tinggi Pendidikan Guru. 2 tahun kemudian PTPG itu berubah menjadi IKIP Muhammadiyah Jakarta. Jadi program studi bahasa Inggris di bawah Fakultas Keguruan Sastra dan Seni IKIP Muhammadiyah Jakarta. Sejalan dengan perkembangan zaman, sejak tahun 1907, IKIP Muhammadiyah Jakarta berubah menjadi Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka. Prodi Bahasa Inggris ada di Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka. Program studi bahasa Inggris sebagai salah satu program studi yang berperan aktif dalam mencetak generasi pendidik profesional sesuai visi dan misi program studi. Program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris FKIP UHAMKA memiliki tugas dan tanggung jawab dalam membentukkan pendidik yang andal, kompetitif, berwawasan global, serta terampil dalam mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Mari bergabung bersama kami demi kemajuan bersama. Think big and act now. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. English Education Department is one of the best department in FKIP UHAMKA. Lots of people think that to be a professional English educator is such difficult things to do. In this Islamic University of Muhammadiyah will be your best solution. We have qualified lecturers and also supported by the good facilities in order to create a spiritual, a trusty, a qualified, and a professional English educator in the future. So if you want to be a professional English educator in the future, just come and join with us in English Education of FKIP UHAMKA. Bangga bersama FKIP UHAMKA. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Pada era globalisasi saat ini, perkembangan dan kemajuan peradaban kehidupan menjadi semakin pesat, mulai dari ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, hingga pada bidang ekonomi dan bisnis. Sehingga diperlukan sumber daya manusia yang berkualitas dan berintegritas, yang menjadikan bahasa Inggris sangat diperlukan oleh generasi muda agar mampu bersaing di kancah internasional. Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka memiliki tugas dan tanggung jawab dalam pembentukan pendidik yang handal, kompetitif, berwawasan global, dan memiliki kecerdasan spiritual, intelektual, emosional, dan sosial, serta terampil dalam mengembangkan iptek untuk mewujudkan cita-cita bangsa. Berdiri sejak 20 Mei 1997, program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris berlokasi di kampus FKIP UHAMKA, Jalan Tanah Merdeka, Kampung Rambutan, Jakarta Timur. Tujuan program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris FKIP UHAMKA adalah menghasilkan tenaga pendidik bahasa Inggris yang islami, bertakwa, memiliki keunggulan kecerdasan spiritual, intelektual, dan emosional. Menghasilkan tenaga pendidik yang memiliki kompetensi dalam ilmu pendidikan bahasa Inggris, serta menghasilkan lulusan yang memiliki keterampilan membuat dan melaksanakan desain, strategi, metode, model-model pembelajaran dan evaluasi pembelajaran bahasa Inggris. Menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan pengajaran berbasis iptek dengan menggelar berbagai kegiatan akademik seperti seminar, workshop, studi ekskursi, kuliah lapangan, dan berbagai lomba inovasi lainnya. Kedua, melaksanakan kegiatan penelitian yang berorientasi pada pengayaan materi dan inovasi pembelajaran bahasa Inggris. Dosen pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA juga memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk melakukan kolaborasi riset dalam bidang pendidikan, inovasi, media pembelajaran, dan riset terapan lainnya. Dalam mewujudkan proses pembelajaran yang nyaman, efektif, dan kondusif, pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA telah memiliki smart classroom yang representatif dan modern. Setiap ruang kelas telah dilengkapi dengan smartboard multifungsi, air conditioner, jaringan internet nirkabel, dan LCD. Pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA memiliki ruang SAC atau Self Access Learning Center sebagai sarana penunjang proses pembelajaran modern dengan segala fasilitas yang mumpuni. Sarana dan prasarana penunjang kegiatan akademik dan non-akademik lainnya antara lain ruang dosen yang dilengkapi ruang rapat dan bimbingan akademis, ruang diskusi untuk mahasiswa, geraha mahasiswa untuk organisasi kemahasiswaan, rusunawa atau asrama mahasiswa sebagai tempat pembinaan kader persyarikatan, Masjid Darul Ulum untuk sarana beribadah dan keagamaan, Poliklinik UHAMKA, gedung olahraga, dan tempat parkir kendaraan yang luas. Program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris memiliki organisasi kemahasiswaan, yaitu English Student Association UHAMKA dan English Debate Society yang bertujuan sebagai wadah untuk mengembangkan potensi mahasiswa sesuai minat dan bakat, serta membantu mencapai tujuan program studi dan perguruan tinggi. Pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA memiliki program Student Exchange yang bekerja sama dengan Sofia University Bulgaria dan program C-Teacher yang bekerja sama dengan universitas ternama di Thailand. Program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA merupakan tempat yang tepat bagi generasi muda untuk mengembangkan kompetensi dan menjadi pendidik bangsa masa depan.
Assalamualaikum guys, my name is Aditya Dwi Pangestu.
I am Yudhiska Ramadhani.
We are both English Education Department students of UHAMKA.
Now, I'm studying in English Education Department. Frankly, I get many experiences and advantages.
I can improve my English skills such as reading, writing, listening, and speaking.
With adequate facilities, amazing lecturers, and amazing prospects, I believe that English Education Department is the right choice.
So, join us now for Best Teacher in English Education Department of UHAMKA.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Program studi bahasa Inggris berdiri sejak tahun 1957 ketika masih bernama PTPG. PTPG kepanjangannya Perguruan Tinggi Pendidikan Guru. 2 tahun kemudian PTPG itu berubah menjadi IKIP Muhammadiyah Jakarta. Jadi program studi bahasa Inggris di bawah Fakultas Keguruan Sastra dan Seni IKIP Muhammadiyah Jakarta. Sejalan dengan perkembangan zaman, sejak tahun 1907, IKIP Muhammadiyah Jakarta berubah menjadi Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka. Prodi Bahasa Inggris ada di Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan studi bahasa Inggris sebagai salah satu program studi yang berperan aktif dalam mencetak generasi pendidik profesional sesuai visi dan misi program studi. Program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris FKIP UHAMKA memiliki tugas dan tanggung jawab dalam pembentukan pendidik yang handal, kompetitif, berwawasan global, serta terampil dalam mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Mari bergabung bersama kami demi kemajuan bersama. Think big and act now. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. English Education Department is one of the best department in FKIP UHAMKA. Lots of people think that to be a professional English educator is such difficult things to do. In this Islamic University of Muhammadiyah will be your best solution. We have qualified lecturers and also supported by the good facilities in order to create a spiritual, a trusty, a qualified and a professional English educator in the future. So if you want to be a professional English educator in the future, just come and join with us in English Education of FKIP UHAMKA. Bangga bersama FKIP UHAMKA. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Pada era globalisasi saat ini, perkembangan dan kemajuan peradaban kehidupan menjadi semakin pesat, mulai dari ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, hingga pada bidang ekonomi dan bisnis. Sehingga diperlukan sumber daya manusia yang berkualitas dan berintegritas, yang menjadikan bahasa Inggris sangat diperlukan oleh generasi muda agar mampu bersaing di kancah internasional. Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka memiliki tugas dan tanggung jawab dalam pembentukan pendidik yang handal, kompetitif, berwawasan global, dan memiliki kecerdasan spiritual, intelektual, emosional, dan sosial, serta terampil dalam mengembangkan iptek untuk mewujudkan cita-cita bangsa. Berdiri sejak 20 Mei 1997, Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris berlokasi di kampus FKIP UHAMKA, Jalan Tanah Merdeka, Kampung Rambutan, Jakarta Timur. Tujuan program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris FKIP UHAMKA adalah menghasilkan tenaga pendidik bahasa Inggris yang islami, bertakwa, memiliki keunggulan kecerdasan spiritual, intelektual, dan emosional. Menghasilkan tenaga pendidik yang memiliki kompetensi dalam ilmu pendidikan bahasa Inggris, serta menghasilkan lulusan yang memiliki keterampilan membuat dan melaksanakan desain, strategi, metode, model-model pembelajaran dan evaluasi pembelajaran bahasa Inggris. Menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan pengajaran berbasis iptek dengan menggelar berbagai kegiatan akademik seperti seminar, workshop, studi ekskursi, kuliah lapangan, dan berbagai lomba inovasi lainnya. Kedua, melaksanakan kegiatan penelitian yang berorientasi pada pengayaan materi dan inovasi pembelajaran bahasa Inggris. Dosen pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA juga memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk melakukan kolaborasi riset dalam bidang pendidikan, inovasi, media pembelajaran, dan riset terapan lainnya. Dalam mewujudkan proses pembelajaran yang nyaman, efektif, dan kondusif, pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA telah memiliki smart classroom yang representatif dan modern. Setiap ruang kelas telah dilengkapi dengan smartboard multifungsi, air conditioner, jaringan internet nirkabel, dan LCD. Pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA memiliki ruang SAC atau Self Access Learning Center sebagai sarana penunjang proses pembelajaran modern dengan segala fasilitas yang mumpuni. Sarana dan prasarana penunjang kegiatan akademik dan non-akademik lainnya antara lain ruang dosen yang dilengkapi ruang rapat dan bimbingan akademis, ruang diskusi untuk mahasiswa, geraha mahasiswa untuk organisasi kemahasiswaan, rusunawa atau asrama mahasiswa sebagai tempat pembinaan kader persyarikatan, Masjid Darul Ulum untuk sarana beribadah dan keagamaan, Poliklinik UHAMKA, gedung olahraga, dan tempat parkir kendaraan yang luas. Program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris memiliki organisasi kemahasiswaan, yaitu English Student Association UHAMKA dan English Debate Society yang bertujuan sebagai wadah untuk mengembangkan potensi mahasiswa sesuai minat dan bakat, serta membantu mencapai tujuan program studi dan perguruan tinggi. Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris UHAMKA memiliki program Student Exchange yang bekerja sama dengan Sofia University Bulgaria dan program C-Teacher yang bekerja sama dengan universitas ternama di Thailand. Program studi pendidikan Bahasa Inggris UHAMKA merupakan tempat yang tepat bagi generasi muda untuk mengembangkan kompetensi dan menjadi pendidik bangsa masa depan.
Assalamualaikum guys, my name is Aditya Dwi Pangestu.
I am Yudhiska Ramadhani.
We are both English Education Department students of UHAMKA.
Now, I'm studying in English Education Department. Frankly, I get many experiences and advantages.
I can improve my English skills such as reading, writing, listening, and speaking.
With adequate facilities, amazing lecturers, and amazing prospects, I believe that English Education Department is the right choice.
So, join us now for Best Teacher in English Education Department of UHAMKA.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Program studi bahasa Inggris berdiri sejak tahun 1957 ketika masih bernama PTPG. PTPG kepanjangannya Perguruan Tinggi Pendidikan Guru. 2 tahun kemudian PTPG itu berubah menjadi IKIP Muhammadiyah Jakarta. Jadi program studi bahasa Inggris di bawah Fakultas Keguruan Sastra dan Seni IKIP Muhammadiyah Jakarta. Sejalan dengan perkembangan zaman, sejak tahun 1907 IKIP Muhammadiyah Jakarta berubah menjadi Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka. Prodi Bahasa Inggris ada di Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka. Program studi Bahasa Inggris sebagai salah satu program studi yang berperan aktif dalam mencetak generasi pendidik profesional sesuai visi dan misi program studi. Program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris FKIP UHAMKA memiliki tugas dan tanggung jawab dalam membentukkan pendidik yang andal, kompetitif, berwawasan global, serta terampil dalam mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Mari bergabung bersama kami demi kemajuan bersama. Think big and act now. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. English Education Department is one of the best department in FKIP UHAMKA. Lots of people think that to be a professional English educator is such difficult things to do. In this Islamic University of Muhammadiyah will be your best solution. We have qualified lecturers and also supported by the good facilities in order to create a spiritual, a trusty, a qualified, and a professional English educator in the future. So if you want to be a professional English educator in the future, just come and join with us in English Education of FKIP UHAMKA. Bangga bersama FKIP UHAMKA. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
era globalisasi saat ini, perkembangan dan kemajuan peradaban kehidupan menjadi semakin pesat, mulai dari ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, hingga pada bidang ekonomi dan bisnis. Sehingga diperlukan sumber daya manusia yang berkualitas dan berintegritas, yang menjadikan bahasa Inggris sangat diperlukan oleh generasi muda agar mampu bersaing di kancah internasional. Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka memiliki tugas dan tanggung jawab dalam pembentukan pendidik yang handal, kompetitif, berwawasan global, dan memiliki kecerdasan spiritual, intelektual, emosional, dan sosial, serta terampil dalam mengembangkan iptek untuk mewujudkan cita-cita bangsa. Berdiri sejak 20 Mei 1997, Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris berlokasi di kampus FKIP UHAMKA, Jalan Tanah Merdeka, Kampung Rambutan, Jakarta Timur. Tujuan program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris FKIP UHAMKA adalah menghasilkan tenaga pendidik bahasa Inggris yang islami, bertakwa, memiliki keunggulan kecerdasan spiritual, intelektual, dan emosional. Menghasilkan tenaga pendidik yang memiliki kompetensi dalam ilmu pendidikan bahasa Inggris, serta menghasilkan lulusan yang memiliki keterampilan membuat dan melaksanakan desain, strategi, metode, model-model pembelajaran dan evaluasi pembelajaran bahasa Inggris. Menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan pengajaran berbasis iptek dengan menggelar berbagai kegiatan akademik seperti seminar, workshop, studi ekskursi, kuliah lapangan, dan berbagai lomba inovasi lainnya. Kedua, melaksanakan kegiatan penelitian yang berorientasi pada pengayaan materi dan inovasi pembelajaran bahasa Inggris. Dosen pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA juga memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk melakukan kolaborasi riset dalam bidang pendidikan, inovasi, media pembelajaran, dan riset terapan lainnya. Dalam mewujudkan proses pembelajaran yang nyaman, efektif, dan kondusif, pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA telah memiliki smart classroom yang representatif dan modern. Setiap ruang kelas telah dilengkapi dengan smartboard multifungsi, air conditioner, jaringan internet nirkabel, dan LCD. Pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA memiliki ruang SAC atau Self Access Learning Center sebagai sarana penunjang proses pembelajaran modern dengan segala fasilitas yang mumpuni. Sarana dan prasarana penunjang kegiatan akademik dan non-akademik lainnya antara lain ruang dosen yang dilengkapi ruang rapat dan bimbingan akademis, ruang diskusi untuk mahasiswa, geraha mahasiswa untuk organisasi kemahasiswaan, rusunawa atau asrama mahasiswa sebagai tempat pembinaan kader persyarikatan, Masjid Darul Ulum untuk sarana beribadah dan keagamaan, Poliklinik UHAMKA, gedung olahraga, dan tempat parkir kendaraan yang luas. Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris memiliki organisasi kemahasiswaan, yaitu English Student Association UHAMKA dan English Debate Society yang bertujuan sebagai wadah untuk mengembangkan potensi mahasiswa sesuai minat dan bakat, serta membantu mencapai tujuan program studi dan perguruan tinggi. Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris UHAMKA memiliki program Student Exchange yang bekerja sama dengan Sofia University Bulgaria dan program Sea Teacher yang bekerja sama dengan universitas ternama di Thailand. Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris UHAMKA merupakan tempat yang tepat bagi generasi muda untuk mengembangkan kompetensi dan menjadi pendidik bangsa masa depan.
Assalamualaikum guys, my name is Aditya Dwi Pangestu.
I am Yudhiskara Madaki.
We are both English Education Department students of UHAMKA.
Now, I'm studying in English Education Department. Frankly, I get many experiences and advantages.
I can improve my English skills such as reading, writing, listening, and speaking.
With adequate facilities, amazing lecturers, and amazing prospects, I believe that English Education Department is the right choice.
So, join us now for Best Teacher in English Education Department of UHAMKA.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Program studi bahasa Inggris berdiri sejak tahun 1957 ketika masih bernama PTPG. PTPG kepanjangannya Perguruan Tinggi Pendidikan Guru. 2 tahun kemudian PTPG itu berubah menjadi IKIP Muhammadiyah Jakarta. Jadi program studi bahasa Inggris di bawah Fakultas Keguruan Sastra dan Seni IKIP Muhammadiyah Jakarta. Sejalan dengan perkembangan zaman, sejak tahun 1947, IKIP Muhammadiyah Jakarta berubah menjadi Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka. Prodi Bahasa Inggris ada di Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka. Program studi Bahasa Inggris sebagai salah satu program studi yang berperan aktif dalam mencetak generasi pendidik profesional sesuai visi dan misi program studi. Program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris FKIP UHAMKA memiliki tugas dan tanggung jawab dalam pembentukan pendidik yang handal, kompetitif, berwawasan global, serta terampil dalam mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Mari bergabung bersama kami demi kemajuan bersama. Think big and act now. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. English Education Department is one of the best department in FKIP UHAMKA. Lots of people think that to be a professional English educator is such difficult things to do. In this Islamic University of Muhammadiyah will be your best solution. We have qualified lecturers and also supported by the good facilities in order to create a spiritual, a trusty, a qualified and a professional English educator in the future. So if you want to be a professional English educator in the future, just come and join with us in English Education of FKIP UHAMKA. Bangga bersama FKIP UHAMKA. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Pada era globalisasi saat ini, perkembangan dan kemajuan peradaban kehidupan menjadi semakin pesat, mulai dari ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, hingga pada bidang ekonomi dan bisnis. Sehingga diperlukan sumber daya manusia yang berkualitas dan berintegritas, yang menjadikan bahasa Inggris sangat diperlukan oleh generasi muda agar mampu bersaing di kancah internasional. Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka memiliki tugas dan tanggung jawab dalam pembentukan pendidik yang handal, kompetitif, berwawasan global, dan memiliki kecerdasan spiritual, intelektual, emosional, dan sosial, serta terampil dalam mengembangkan iptek untuk mewujudkan cita-cita bangsa. Berdiri sejak 20 Mei 1997, Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris berlokasi di kampus FKIP UHAMKA, Jalan Tanah Merdeka, Kampung Rambutan, Jakarta Timur. Tujuan program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris FKIP UHAMKA adalah menghasilkan tenaga pendidik bahasa Inggris yang islami, bertakwa, memiliki keunggulan kecerdasan spiritual, intelektual, dan emosional. Menghasilkan tenaga pendidik yang memiliki kompetensi dalam ilmu pendidikan bahasa Inggris, serta menghasilkan lulusan yang memiliki keterampilan membuat dan melaksanakan desain, strategi, metode, model-model pembelajaran dan evaluasi pembelajaran bahasa Inggris. Menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan pengajaran berbasis iptek dengan menggelar berbagai kegiatan akademik seperti seminar, workshop, studi ekskursi, kuliah lapangan, dan berbagai lomba inovasi lainnya. Kedua, Melaksanakan kegiatan penelitian yang berorientasi pada pengayaan materi dan inovasi pembelajaran bahasa Inggris. Dosen pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA juga memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk melakukan kolaborasi riset dalam bidang pendidikan, inovasi, media pembelajaran, dan riset terapan lainnya. Dalam mewujudkan proses pembelajaran yang nyaman, efektif, dan kondusif, pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA telah memiliki smart classroom yang representatif dan modern. Setiap ruang kelas telah dilengkapi dengan smartboard multifungsi, air conditioner, jaringan internet nirkabel, dan LCD. Pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA memiliki ruang SAC atau Self Access Learning Center sebagai sarana penunjang proses pembelajaran modern dengan segala fasilitas yang mumpuni. Sarana dan prasarana penunjang kegiatan akademik dan non-akademik lainnya antara lain ruang dosen yang dilengkapi ruang rapat dan bimbingan akademis, ruang diskusi untuk mahasiswa, geraha mahasiswa untuk organisasi kemahasiswaan, rusunawa atau asrama mahasiswa sebagai tempat pembinaan kader persyarikatan, Masjid Darul Ulum untuk sarana beribadah dan keagamaan, Poliklinik UHAMKA, gedung olahraga, dan tempat parkir kendaraan yang luas. Program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris memiliki organisasi kemahasiswaan, yaitu English Student Association UHAMKA dan English Debate Society yang bertujuan sebagai wadah untuk mengembangkan potensi mahasiswa sesuai minat dan bakat, serta membantu mencapai tujuan program studi dan perguruan tinggi. Pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA memiliki program Student Exchange yang bekerja sama dengan Sofia University Bulgaria dan program Sea Teacher yang bekerja sama dengan universitas ternama di Thailand. Program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA merupakan tempat yang tepat bagi generasi muda untuk mengembangkan kompetensi dan menjadi pendidik bangsa masa depan.
Assalamualaikum guys, my name is Aditya Dwi Pangestu.
I am Yudhiska Ramadhanti.
We are both English Education Department students of UHAMKA.
Now, I'm studying in English Education Department. Frankly, I have many experiences and advantages.
I can improve my English skills such as reading, writing, listening, and speaking.
With adequate facilities, amazing lecturers, and amazing prospects, I believe that English Education Department is the right choice.
So, join us now for Best Teacher in English Education Department of UHAMKA.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Program studi bahasa Inggris berdiri sejak tahun 1957 ketika masih bernama PTPG. PTPG kepanjangannya Perguruan Tinggi Pendidikan Tinggi. 2 tahun kemudian PTPG itu berubah menjadi IKIP Muhammadiyah Jakarta. Jadi program studi bahasa Inggris di bawah Fakultas Keguruan Sastra dan Seni IKIP Muhammadiyah Jakarta. Sejalan dengan perkembangan zaman, sejak tahun 1907 IKIP Muhammadiyah Jakarta berubah menjadi Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka. Prodi Bahasa Inggris ada di Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka. Program studi Bahasa Inggris sebagai salah satu program studi yang berperan aktif dalam mencetak generasi pendidik profesional sesuai visi dan misi program studi. Program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris FKIP UHAMKA memiliki tugas dan tanggung jawab dalam pembentukan pendidik yang andal, kompetitif, berwawasan global, serta terampil dalam mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Mari bergabung bersama kami demi kemajuan bersama. Think big and act now. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. English Education Department is one of the best department in FKIP UHAMKA. Lots of people think that to be a professional English educator is such difficult things to do. In this Islamic University of Muhammadiyah will be your best solution. We have qualified lecturers and also supported by the good facilities in order to create a spiritual, a trusty, a qualified and a professional English educator in the future. So if you want to be a professional English educator in the future, just come and join with us in English Education of FKIP UHAMKA. Bangga bersama FKIP UHAMKA. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Pada era globalisasi saat ini, perkembangan dan kemajuan peradaban kehidupan menjadi semakin pesat, mulai dari ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, hingga pada bidang ekonomi dan bisnis. Sehingga diperlukan sumber daya manusia yang berkualitas dan berintegritas, yang menjadikan bahasa Inggris sangat diperlukan oleh generasi muda agar mampu bersaing di kancah internasional. Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka memiliki tugas dan tanggung jawab dalam pembentukan pendidik yang handal, kompetitif, berwawasan global, dan memiliki kecerdasan spiritual, intelektual, emosional, dan sosial, serta terampil dalam mengembangkan iptek untuk mewujudkan cita-cita bangsa. Berdiri sejak 20 Mei 1997, Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris berlokasi di kampus FKIP UHAMKA, Jalan Tanah Merdeka, Kampung Rambutan, Jakarta Timur. Tujuan program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris FKIP UHAMKA adalah menghasilkan tenaga pendidik bahasa Inggris yang islami, bertakwa, memiliki keunggulan kecerdasan spiritual, intelektual, dan emosional. Menghasilkan tenaga pendidik yang memiliki kompetensi dalam ilmu pendidikan bahasa Inggris, serta menghasilkan lulusan yang memiliki keterampilan membuat dan melaksanakan desain, strategi, metode, model-model pembelajaran dan evaluasi pembelajaran bahasa Inggris. Menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan pengajaran berbasis iptek dengan menggelar berbagai kegiatan akademik seperti seminar, workshop, studi ekskursi, kuliah lapangan, dan berbagai lomba inovasi lainnya. Kedua, melaksanakan kegiatan penelitian yang berorientasi pada pengayaan materi dan inovasi pembelajaran bahasa Inggris. Dosen pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA juga memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk melakukan kolaborasi riset dalam bidang pendidikan, inovasi, media pembelajaran, dan riset terapan lainnya. Dalam mewujudkan proses pembelajaran yang nyaman, efektif, dan kondusif, pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA telah memiliki smart classroom yang representatif dan modern. Setiap ruang kelas telah dilengkapi dengan smartboard multifungsi, air conditioner, jaringan internet nirkabel, dan LCD. Pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA memiliki ruang SAC atau Self Access Learning Center sebagai sarana penunjang proses pembelajaran modern dengan segala fasilitas yang mumpuni. Sarana dan prasarana penunjang kegiatan akademik dan non-akademik lainnya antara lain ruang dosen yang dilengkapi ruang rapat dan bimbingan akademis, ruang diskusi untuk mahasiswa, geraha mahasiswa untuk organisasi kemahasiswaan, rusunawa atau asrama mahasiswa sebagai tempat pembinaan kader persyarikatan, Masjid Darul Ulum untuk sarana beribadah dan keagamaan, Poliklinik UHAMKA, gedung olahraga, dan tempat parkir kendaraan yang luas. Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris memiliki organisasi kemahasiswaan, yaitu English Student Association UHAMKA dan English Debate Society yang bertujuan sebagai wadah untuk mengembangkan potensi mahasiswa sesuai minat dan bakat, serta membantu mencapai tujuan program studi dan perguruan tinggi. Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris UHAMKA memiliki program Student Exchange yang bekerja sama dengan Sofia University Bulgaria dan program Sea Teacher yang bekerja sama dengan universitas ternama di Thailand. Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris UHAMKA merupakan tempat yang tepat bagi generasi muda untuk mengembangkan kompetensi dan menjadi pendidik bangsa masa depan.
Assalamualaikum guys, my name is Aditya Dwi Pangestu.
I am Yudhiska Ramadhanti.
We are both English Education Department students of UHAMKA.
Now, I'm studying in English Education Department. Frankly, I get many experiences and advantages.
I can improve my English skills such as reading, writing, listening, and speaking.
With adequate facilities, amazing lecturers, and amazing prospects, I believe that English Education Department is the right choice.
So, join us now for Best Teacher in English Education Department of UHAMKA.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Program studi bahasa Inggris berdiri sejak tahun 1957 ketika masih bernama PTPG. PTPG kepanjangannya Perguruan Tinggi Pendidikan Guru. 2 tahun kemudian PTPG itu berubah menjadi IKIP Muhammadiyah Jakarta. Jadi program studi bahasa Inggris di bawah Fakultas Keguruan Sastra dan Seni IKIP Muhammadiyah Jakarta. Sejalan dengan perkembangan zaman, sejak tahun 1947, IKIP Muhammadiyah Jakarta berubah menjadi Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka. Prodi Bahasa Inggris ada di Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka. Program studi bahasa Inggris sebagai salah satu program studi yang berperan aktif dalam mencetak generasi pendidik profesional sesuai visi dan misi program studi. Program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris FKIP UHAMKA memiliki tugas dan tanggung jawab dalam pembentukan pendidik yang andal, kompetitif, berwawasan global, serta terampil dalam mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Mari bergabung bersama kami demi kemajuan bersama. Think big and act now. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. English Education Department is one of the best department in FKIP UHAMKA. Lots of people think that to be a professional English educator is such difficult things to do. In this Islamic University of Muhammadiyah will be your best solution. We have qualified lecturers and also supported by the good facilities in order to create a spiritual, a trusty, a qualified, and a professional English educator in the future. So if you want to be a professional English educator in the future, just come and join with us in English Education of FKIP UHAMKA. Bangga bersama FKIP UHAMKA. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Pada era globalisasi saat ini, perkembangan dan kemajuan peradaban kehidupan menjadi semakin pesat, mulai dari ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, hingga pada bidang ekonomi dan bisnis. Sehingga diperlukan sumber daya manusia yang berkualitas dan berintegritas, yang menjadikan bahasa Inggris sangat diperlukan oleh generasi muda agar mampu bersaing di kancah internasional. Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka memiliki tugas dan tanggung jawab dalam pembentukan pendidik yang handal, kompetitif, berwawasan global, dan memiliki kecerdasan spiritual, intelektual, emosional, dan sosial, serta terampil dalam mengembangkan iptek untuk mewujudkan cita-cita bangsa. Berdiri sejak 20 Mei 1997, Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris berlokasi di kampus FKIP UHAMKA, Jalan Tanah Merdeka, Kampung Rambutan, Jakarta Timur. Tujuan program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris FKIP UHAMKA adalah menghasilkan tenaga pendidik bahasa Inggris yang islami, bertakwa, memiliki keunggulan kecerdasan spiritual, intelektual, dan emosional. Menghasilkan tenaga pendidik yang memiliki kompetensi dalam ilmu pendidikan bahasa Inggris, serta menghasilkan lulusan yang memiliki keterampilan membuat dan melaksanakan desain, strategi, metode, model-model pembelajaran dan evaluasi pembelajaran bahasa Inggris. Menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan pengajaran berbasis iptek dengan menggelar berbagai kegiatan akademik seperti seminar, workshop, studi ekskursi, kuliah lapangan, dan berbagai lomba inovasi lainnya. Kedua, melaksanakan kegiatan penelitian yang berorientasi pada pengayaan materi dan inovasi pembelajaran bahasa Inggris. Dosen pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA juga memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk melakukan kolaborasi riset dalam bidang pendidikan, inovasi, media pembelajaran, dan riset terapan lainnya. Dalam mewujudkan proses pembelajaran yang nyaman, efektif, dan kondusif, pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA telah memiliki smart classroom yang representatif dan modern. Setiap ruang kelas telah dilengkapi dengan smartboard multifungsi, air conditioner, jaringan internet nirkabel, dan LCD. Pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA memiliki ruang SAC atau Self Access Learning Center sebagai sarana penunjang proses pembelajaran modern dengan segala fasilitas yang mumpuni. Sarana dan prasarana penunjang kegiatan akademik dan non-akademik lainnya antara lain ruang dosen yang dilengkapi ruang rapat dan bimbingan akademis, ruang diskusi untuk mahasiswa, geraha mahasiswa untuk organisasi kemahasiswaan, rusunawa atau asrama mahasiswa sebagai tempat pembinaan kader persyarikatan, Masjid Darul Ulum untuk sarana beribadah dan keagamaan, Poliklinik UHAMKA, gedung olahraga, dan tempat parkir kendaraan yang luas. Program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris memiliki organisasi kemahasiswaan, yaitu English Student Association UHAMKA dan English Debate Society yang bertujuan sebagai wadah untuk mengembangkan potensi mahasiswa sesuai minat dan bakat, serta membantu mencapai tujuan program studi dan perguruan tinggi. Pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA memiliki program Student Exchange yang bekerja sama dengan Sofia University Bulgaria dan program Sea Teacher yang bekerja sama dengan universitas ternama di Thailand. Program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA merupakan tempat yang tepat bagi generasi muda untuk mengembangkan kompetensi dan menjadi pendidik bangsa masa depan.
Assalamualaikum guys, my name is Aditya Dwi Pangestu.
I am Yudhiska Ramadhanti.
We are both English Education Department students of UHAMKA.
Now, I'm studying in English Education Department. Frankly, I get many experiences and advantages.
I can improve my English skills such as reading, writing, listening, and speaking.
With adequate facilities, amazing lecturers, and amazing prospects, I believe that English Education Department is the right choice.
So, join us now for Best Teacher in English Education Department of UHAMKA.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Program studi bahasa Inggris berdiri sejak tahun 1957 ketika masih bernama PTPG. PTPG kepanjangannya Perguruan Tinggi Pendidikan Guru. 2 tahun kemudian PTPG itu berubah menjadi IKIP Muhammadiyah Jakarta. Jadi program studi bahasa Inggris di bawah Fakultas Keguruan Sastra dan Seni IKIP Muhammadiyah Jakarta. Sejalan dengan perkembangan zaman, sejak tahun 1907 IKIP Muhammadiyah Jakarta berubah menjadi Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka. Prodi Bahasa Inggris ada di Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka. Program studi bahasa Inggris sebagai salah satu program studi yang berperan aktif dalam mencetak generasi pendidik profesional sesuai visi dan misi program studi. Program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris FKIP UHAMKA memiliki tugas dan tanggung jawab dalam pembentukan pendidik yang andal, kompetitif, berwawasan global, serta terampil dalam mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Mari bergabung bersama kami demi kemajuan bersama. Think big and act now. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. English Education Department is one of the best department in FKIP UHAMKA. Lots of people think that to be a professional English educator is such difficult things to do. In this Islamic University of Muhammadiyah will be your best solution. We have qualified lecturers and also supported by the good facilities in order to create a spiritual, a trusty, a qualified and a professional English educator in the future. So if you want to be a professional English educator in the future, just come and join with us in English Education of FKIP UHAMKA. Bangga bersama FKIP UHAMKA. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Pada era globalisasi saat ini, perkembangan dan kemajuan peradaban kehidupan menjadi semakin pesat, mulai dari ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, hingga pada bidang ekonomi dan bisnis. Sehingga diperlukan sumber daya manusia yang berkualitas dan berintegritas, yang menjadikan bahasa Inggris sangat diperlukan oleh generasi muda agar mampu bersaing di kancah internasional. Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka memiliki tugas dan tanggung jawab dalam pembentukan pendidik yang handal, kompetitif, berwawasan global, dan memiliki kecerdasan spiritual, intelektual, emosional, dan sosial, serta terampil dalam mengembangkan iptek untuk mewujudkan cita-cita bangsa. Berdiri sejak 20 Mei 1997, Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris berlokasi di kampus FKIP UHAMKA, Jalan Tanah Merdeka, Kampung Rambutan, Jakarta Timur. Tujuan program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris FKIP UHAMKA adalah menghasilkan tenaga pendidik bahasa Inggris yang islami, bertakwa, memiliki keunggulan kecerdasan spiritual, intelektual, dan emosional. Menghasilkan tenaga pendidik yang memiliki kompetensi dalam ilmu pendidikan bahasa Inggris, serta menghasilkan lulusan yang memiliki keterampilan membuat dan melaksanakan desain, strategi, metode, model-model pembelajaran dan evaluasi pembelajaran bahasa Inggris. Menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan pengajaran berbasis iptek dengan menggelar berbagai kegiatan akademik seperti seminar, workshop, studi ekskursi, kuliah lapangan, dan berbagai lomba inovasi lainnya. Kedua, melaksanakan kegiatan penelitian yang berorientasi pada pengayaan materi dan inovasi pembelajaran bahasa Inggris. Dosen pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA juga memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk melakukan kolaborasi riset dalam bidang pendidikan, inovasi, media pembelajaran, dan riset terapan lainnya. Dalam mewujudkan proses pembelajaran yang nyaman, efektif, dan kondusif, pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA telah memiliki smart classroom yang representatif dan modern. Setiap ruang kelas telah dilengkapi dengan smartboard multifungsi, air conditioner, jaringan internet nirkabel, dan LCD. Pendidikan bahasa Inggris UHAMKA memiliki ruang SAC atau Self Access Learning Center sebagai sarana penunjang proses pembelajaran modern dengan segala fasilitas yang mumpuni. Sarana dan prasarana penunjang kegiatan akademik dan non-akademik lainnya antara lain ruang dosen yang dilengkapi ruang rapat dan bimbingan akademis, ruang diskusi untuk mahasiswa, geraha mahasiswa untuk organisasi kemahasiswaan, Masjid Darul Ulum untuk sarana beribadah dan keagamaan, Poliklinik UHAMKA, gedung olahraga, dan tempat parkir kendaraan yang luas. Program pendidikan bahasa Inggris memiliki organisasi kemahasiswaan, yaitu Association UHAMKA dan English Debate Society yang bertujuan sebagai wadah untuk mengembangkan potensi mahasiswa sesuai minat dan bakat serta membantu mencapai tujuan program studi dan perguruan tinggi. Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris UHAMKA memiliki program Student Exchange yang bekerja sama dengan Sofia University Bulgaria dan program Sea Teacher yang bekerja sama dengan universitas ternama di Thailand. Program studi pendidikan Bahasa Inggris UHAMKA merupakan tempat yang tepat bagi generasi muda untuk mengembangkan kompetensi dan menjadi pendidik bangsa masa depan.
Assalamualaikum guys, my name is Aditya Dwi Pangestu.
I am Yudhiska Ramadhanti.
We are both English Education Department students of UHAMKA.
Now, I'm studying in English Education Department. Frankly, I get many experiences and advantages.
I can improve my English skills such as reading, writing, listening, and speaking.
With adequate facilities, amazing lecturers, and amazing prospects, I believe that English Education Department is the right choice.
So, join us now for Best Teacher in English Education Department of UHAMKA.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Program studi bahasa Inggris berdiri sejak tahun 1957 ketika masih bernama PTPG. PTPG kepanjangannya Perguruan Tinggi Pendidikan Guru. 2 tahun kemudian PTPG itu berubah menjadi IKIP Muhammadiyah Jakarta. Jadi program studi bahasa Inggris di bawah Fakultas Keguruan Sastra dan Seni IKIP Muhammadiyah Jakarta. Sejalan dengan perkembangan zaman, sejak tahun 1907, IKIP Muhammadiyah Jakarta berubah menjadi Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka. Prodi Bahasa Inggris ada di Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka. Program studi Bahasa Inggris sebagai salah satu program studi yang berperan aktif dalam mencetak generasi pendidik profesional sesuai visi dan misi program studi. Program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris FKIP UHAMKA memiliki tugas dan tanggung jawab dalam pembentukan pendidik yang handal, kompetitif, berwawasan global, serta terampil dalam mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Mari bergabung bersama kami demi kemajuan bersama. Think big and act now. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. English Education Department is one of the best department in FKIP UHAMKA. Lots of people think that to be a professional English educator is such difficult things to do. In this Islamic University of Muhammadiyah will be your best solution. We have qualified lecturers and also supported by the good facilities in order to create a spiritual, a trusty, a qualified, and a professional English educator in the future. So if you want to be a professional English educator in the future, just come and join with us in English Education of FKIP UHAMKA. Bangga bersama FKIP UHAMKA. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
era globalisasi saat ini, perkembangan dan kemajuan peradaban kehidupan menjadi semakin pesat. Mulai dari ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, hingga pada bidang ekonomi dan bisnis. Sehingga diperlukan sumber daya manusia yang berkualitas dan berintegritas, yang menjadikan bahasa Inggris sangat diperlukan oleh generasi muda agar mampu bersaing di kancah internasional. Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka memiliki tugas dan tanggung jawab dalam pembentukan pendidik yang handal, kompetitif, berwawasan global, dan memiliki kecerdasan spiritual, intelektual, emosional, dan sosial, serta terampil dalam mengembangkan iptek untuk mewujudkan cita-cita bangsa. Berdiri sejak 20 Mei 1997, Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris berlokasi di kampus FKIP UHAMKA, Jalan Tanah Merdeka, Kampung Rambutan, Jakarta Timur. Tujuan program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris FKIP UHAMKA adalah menghasilkan tenaga pendidik bahasa Inggris yang islami, bertakwa, memiliki keunggulan kecerdasan spiritual, intelektual, dan emosional. Menghasilkan tenaga pendidik yang memiliki kompetensi dalam ilmu pendidikan bahasa Inggris, serta menghasilkan lulusan yang memiliki keterampilan membuat dan melaksanakan desain, strategi, metode, model-model pembelajaran dan evaluasi pembelajaran bahasa Inggris. Menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan pengajaran berbasis iptek dengan menggelar berbagai kegiatan. Jen, lama banget sih Jen.
Udah deh.
Ya tolong ya, ini jadiin fokus di Siale, Siale. Minum dulu ya bang.
Ya bang. Ini kamar.
Nggak jadi, aku mau minum apa?
Itu berarti ke main room juga. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, all the participants and presenters for the first international webinar and undergraduate paper, welcome back. We are now come to the next agenda, the parallel session for the presenters to present their brilliant research and ideas. All the presenters may join the breakout room, which has been provided by the organizing committee. And all the participants may join as well and may choose the breakout room available to watch the presentation. Thank you.
まさか、優也を超えるほど強い存在がいるとは。
Ini saya scan sendiri malah deh.
For all the presenters may join the breakout room which has been provided by the organizing committee, and all the participants may join as well and may choose the breakout room available to watch the presentation. Thank you.
udah gitu.
For all the presenters may join the breakout room which has been provided by the organizing committee, and all the participants may join as well and may choose the breakout room available to watch the presentation. Thank you. Announcement for full paper collection is extended until 10th of July, but it is expected to collect as soon as possible and don't wait until the collection deadline. And later will be given by the committee regarding the collection link. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the main room, and finally we have come to the next agenda. All the presenters have present their insightful article with such a good spirit. And now we will announce the best presenter of each room. Best presenter in first room is Sri Meliana Wardani from Lampung Mangkurat University. Congratulations. And the best presenter in second room is Estiana Damayanti from University of Muhammadiyah, Professor Dr. Hamka. Congratulations. Congratulations for Estiana Damayanti from University of Muhammadiyah, Professor Dr. Hamka. Next, the best presenter in third room is Dina Nur Endah Safitri from Lambung Mangkurat University. Congratulations. The best presenter in fourth room is Inka Duyanti from University of Muhammadiyah, Professor Dr. Hamka. Congratulations. The best presenter in fifth room is Saira Salsabila from University of Muhammadiyah, Professor Dr. Hamka. Congratulations. And last, the best presenter in sixth room is Nuratul Aini from 11 Maret University. Congratulations. And those are the best presenter. Congratulations, and may with this achievement you continue to shine brightly. Thank you. And finally, we have come to the last agenda, closing. And let's close our agenda by reciting Alhamdulillah together.
Alhamdulillahirrabbilalamin. Thank you.
Alhamdulillah, our agenda is running well. Thanks 1,000 times for the narrator, moderator, committee, and all participants who have been a good participant in this event. May we all get much scenes and useful in our life. Reminder for all the participants to fill in the attendance that have been provided at the chat box. As a human being, I realize that I can avoid the mistakes. I represent all the committees of the first international webinar and undergraduate paper 2023. Would like to apologize if we have many mistakes. Thank you for your nice attention. The last I say, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you.